Let it be known, Sim City made me violent. Good morning, everyone. Blade to all disposable puppets. Von Falkenstein, Euro.
Same child empress is gone. The age of Delilah is underway.
Told him he wouldn't last a day. Oh, kid. Why do I always have
Kennex cow.
I told her once, I told her a
Go ahead.
thousand times. It ain't my
Tony, hang on, let me. My window's wrong. Hang on a sec.
job to check on the grind.
Oh crap! It's Black Vulcan.
Your weight in silver. If you bring her to
I did actually rest yesterday, although not actually as much as I thought I would.
What was that? Wait for my orders worth its weight in silver. I want to smell some guts. At your command.
Okay.
You aren't going anywhere. You finally know your place.
I mean, I've heard stupider things. Perhaps, yeah. God damn it. Hang on. No, what happened was I laid down and I was getting some rest, and then my niece came down, and she really wanted to play a video game. I was out so hard that she had already grabbed my arm and was actively pulling me out of bed before I woke up, in other words. I guess we could do this. Okay, take two.
just awoke from a dream. Eternal red rising up from the ocean, coming to smash Karnak. I screamed and fell out of bed. It's not common knowledge, but traveling by ship horrifies me. It's unnatural. The ocean is
Boots just don't fit right.
exists to drive us mad or drag us down deep, where our skin and organs turn to jelly and our bones settle in the muck. For those poor fools who make their trade on the waters, I wish them luck. Serconis is a land of tall timber, fierce winds, and deep silver mines. Beat the ocean for those with no other choice.
What? I love how he just randomly rants about completely unrelated stuff on the broadcast system. That is really funny, Dakota. Hey, can we join you? Sure. Yum, yum, yum. Ah. Is Dishonored 1 a better game? So there's some mixed opinions on that. The thing is, Dishonored 1 didn't have what I would consider a particularly good story. But Dishonored 2 actively has a bad story. Gameplay-wise, Dishonored 2 is a nearly universal improvement. As in, just better. Just better.
So he says, keep alert. And I says,
Better level design, better kit, better
he says, yeah.
enemy design, better AI, better difficulty options, better New Game Plus options. Yeah, it's worth it to me. I prefer Dishonored 2. I have no intention of ever replaying Dishonored 1. But I will probably replay Dishonored 2 after this playthrough. What?
saying that our bridges are crumbling, and people are leaving our cities. But as I look out the windows of the
I can see Jindosh's mansion from here. The carriage line is blocked. I'll have to unlock the gate.
Damn it. I need to pee.
You may, buddy.
Only something would happen around here. It doesn't have to be a circus, just some little bit of excitement once in a while.
I didn't deserve the promotion. She wouldn't know.
Tempted to shoot him just for saying that.
In fact, maybe that's just what she needs.
Maybe the tall boys were better at the time of the rat plague. They made people stand up straight. James, the Duke has his way. We'll have an army of the Clockwork Soldiers by this time next year.
Nice place. So you got a little bit of.
Savory going on. I'm getting good and drunk after this.
Oh, what I wouldn't give for a bottle of pear soda.
Hey, Act. Hello, Mr. Floyd. Let's see. No, Act. We're on the Clockwork Mansion level. I accept that.
Two more months, she says. Then she'll leave him.
Man, she's gonna get such a keeper. No, what are they doing, Mr. Floyd? E-brake engaged. Come here. What? Nip. Lieutenant Rackus, by now you've had time to think it over. I'm in a good position where I'm at, and I've had to do the same deal going with 4 others in the guard, spread out over Karnak, people I trust, watching major entry points. The offer is unchanged. If our very important person from Dunwall comes through, alone or with anyone else, and you're part of the squad taking them down, do whatever it takes to keep them quiet. Bring the body to me, and we'll all gather up. The 6 of us will take credit for the arrest. We'll split the Duke's reward, money, and maybe a post to the Grand Palace. Stick with us, Lieutenant. You'll increase your odds, but don't tell us all. Yes, I did get the good news about Canada today. I have several Canadian viewers. What would I suggest? Sorry. Okay, gosh, what would I suggest adding to Oblivion Arm? Mod support. I should mention I understand exactly how difficult it is to add mod support to a game. You know, providing dev tools and making a game modular is actually a hard thing to do. It's one of the reasons why I tend to give it credit whenever a game does so. Even an otherwise game could be made substantially better by virtue of the fact that you bothered to support mods and the fans were able to take it and run with it. So, yeah. I mean, Civilization 2, which I think was my first real exposure to that. I'm pretty sure Doom predates that, but I wasn't really part of the modding scene when Doom came out.
Yo, sure, yeah, he knows how to talk with the boss.
Yeah, okay, so Oblivion has no mod support. which means the developer's actually doing something to support mods. Oblivion R, excuse me. Oh my god. Chapter 23. A precise history of the creator himself, Kirin Jindosh, Grand Serkonan inventor. Dear readers, you'll be fascinated to know that earlier models of the Clockwork Soldiers had human-like faces. Allow me to explain. As you know from chapters 18 through 22, I had been testing the Clockwork Soldiers against a wide range of enemies. Early in the process, a problem emerged. Would-be thieves and assailants were not intimidated by the delicate ceramic faces of earlier prototypes. One criminal even believed he recognized an uncle in a contemplated conversation. Undeterred, I set about redesigning the head mechanism, encasing it with a terrifying visage. I knew I'd found the right design when my first test subjects fell to their knees in terror.
Put in a request for new boots, and what did I get? A sock. One useless sock.
But no, there's mods for Oblivion R, to be clear, Mr. Floyd. But as we've discussed before, that doesn't mean Oblivion R has mod support. In fact, it actively does not have mod support, which is the problem. But anyways, that's the easy answer. What else would I add to Oblivion R? Oh gosh.
This shirt reeks. I gotta get a spare uniform.
I can't just say better dungeon design. Which I would like to.
Once they say something's amiss, then I just can't get comfortable.
Yeah, I'd like to say that they're probably on a little bit of a PR recovery stunt after Starfield, but I'm not sure that's really something they need to do, because I'm not sure Starfield was bad enough in popular consciousness to require a PR stunt. Maybe better difficulty design? No, that's still probably not even possible. The problem is most of the suggestions I would make would be probably not something they can actually do. Or 8-7.
Gotta keep my mind on my duties. Forget about that kid.
Did they blade to fall? Admittedly, I haven't looked into the nitty-gritty details. I do know that several smaller things were changed under the hood. And, you know, that's going to affect the playing experience, especially at, like, the speedrunning level. Hello, Zara. Hello, Zakdev. Okay, so he's facing this way. Anything over there? Yeah, there's a patroller. A patroller who's looking the right way. Yeah, remember, I can prove pretty definitively that Starfield didn't sell well. Because they've been going out of their way to obfuscate how well it sold. That alone, that by itself, proves that it didn't sell well. Okay, have fun. Have fun with your buddy. Oh, so they went from working on Fallout 4 pretty much straight to working on Starfield. Paused a minute to ruin Fallout 76, and then went back to Starfield. So whatever that timeline runs out to be. I was actually wondering about that earlier, Plutonia, because they keep talking about wanting a pear soda, and it's like, but like, I've been seeing those all over the place. What exactly do you pay your guards here, buddy? You have bajillions of them. IOUs. That's actually a real thing in real-life militaries. Microsoft's strange because, statistically speaking, Microsoft tends to be really good to their developers. There are very few exceptions to that. Like, Microsoft tends to take a pretty hands-off approach. Now, you could argue that itself is a bad thing, but the point is, if a developer under Microsoft screws up, it's usually on the developer, right? Unlike, say, what happened with BioWare and EA.
The mansion has a strange beauty to it. Maybe I'll find a way to end this without killing Kieran Jindosh.
Yeah, this one's definitely one of those fates worse than death. Anyways, although some people argue it's actually a mercy. So, before we actually do this dungeon, yes, before we do the dungeon, I know it's strange, just bear with me for a second. So, hang on. Okay, it's taking longer to load than I thought. Whatever. Real quick. So you know who Stephen Russell is, right? Of course you do. What you may or may not know is that his first acting gig ever was Garrett back in Thief. And Granite Face, and the guards, and the hammers, and the servants, and the hermit. But anyways, what I didn't know is he also voices several people in System Shock 2. He's the voice of Xerxes, Diego, and one of the voices of the many. Then he's in Thief, and that's whatever. But then I guess he like hooked up with Bethesda. I never knew this, but as soon as I thought about it, I was like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. So he was in Fallout 3 as several roles. He was in Skyrim as like a couple dozen roles. And then he was in Fallout 4, Prey, Fallout 76. Yeah, he's all over the place in Bethesda games. And I don't know why that ever processed, because the moment, like, I'll give you a specific example. Mercer Frey from the Thieves Guild quest chain over in Skyrim. The moment you hear the voice, it's like, oh my god, yeah, no, that's clearly him. Why did that never process for me before? Granted, I'm not as big of a Thief person as some people are, so maybe that's the excuse, but whatever. That's, you know what? That could be it, Plutonia. He also voiced one of my favorite characters in Fallout 4, Nick Valentine. And Codsworth. So, anyways. What I really wanted to show you, though, is taking a moment. Why is this taking so long to load? Here we go. I want to help explain a little bit why this level is so good. Now, you could argue that a lot of levels deserve this. So this is the Clockwork Mansion, right? Yep, here we go. So you walk in, there's him. And what actually happens, you'll see this scene in a minute when we do it. I'm keeping them audio muted because there's this whole thing. Hey, oh, yep, there he is, smoking from his fake hand. And he's like, I'm an evil prick who's evil and stupid. Did you know that I am very evil? Yes, yes. A complete sociopath, one might say. Okay, shut up. Okay, so as soon as he starts heading back, right? And you can, as Corvo, you have a slow time ability. Blink, blink, break through the door. Hit this, unslow time, allow this to go through here, re-slow time, break through that door, blink, and hey, there he is, coming back on his bridge. And then you can hit the lever on the bridge here, which retracts the artificial bridge that he's currently on. But hang on, you can be even trickier than that if you really want to. And he's dead. Now, most of these, the reason I praise this level so much is stuff like this is by design. They programmed an absolutely insane amount of details and options for how you could go through this freaking dungeon. And they are many. There's a reason this video even exists. This is by Cosmic Contrarian. This is an old video. It's just lots and lots of different ways that you could kill Jindosh. Obviously, some of these are, just using tools and kits in creative ways, but the fact that you can do some of this stuff is honestly kind of bonkers. Like, hang on. Or that one. So you can time stop. You can do this to anybody. You can let him shoot. Time stop as the bullet's going out because it has an actual projectile. Mind control the person. Put them in front of their own bullet. Oh yeah, he does react to groin shots, by the way. All kinds of stuff like this. I'm not going to show you the whole minute. This is like a 20-minute video, by the way. I highly recommend it if you're interested in it. But I just wanted to show you some of the options that exist in a game like this.
All right, I need to eliminate Jindosh and find Anton Sokolov.
Welcome to my home, stranger. The door is always open to those with the will to pass the threshold. If you're here by appointment, then proceed and bide your time. Otherwise, I'd be remiss if I didn't inform you about the defensive mechanisms employed here, which are quite formidable. Many have entered without invitation, for reasons as myriad as the fish in the ocean. But of those who've dared to explore further, very few have found their way back out.
I'm sorry, I love that. I dare say Kieran Jindosh has discovered a way to end crime altogether. I love how much of his thing here is just self-congratulatory bullcrap. This guy's ego is so small that he feels a constant need to puff himself up.
Who would build something like this? And why?
Ah, someone's activated one of the mechanisms in my house.
Jindosh.
Welcome, visitor. My home is always open. It's one of my great curiosities seeing how the common mind navigates these shifting rooms. I'm Kieran Jindosh, but you must know that. I invite you to continue, stranger. Just come up the stairs. Meet with me face to face in the upper hall.
Why?
In part, I made this place for luxury and spectacle, I suppose, but it's more than that. This place is a testament to engineering itself.
Ah, the space behind the walls.
Mind my sensitivities. No whistling while cleaning the windows.
Hello, are you there? I can't sense your weight on the floors or the sounds of your breathing anymore, but it seems like a reasonable guess that somehow you've gotten beyond the inner walls of the house. I expected the courtesy of seeing you by this point. Don't be rude. Make yourself known.
Hold on. Is that Cam Clark? Hang on, hang on. Hi, Giga. Yeah, it's still technically possible to do a ghost run here. Because I think, don't technically you have to hit one thing? Like one lever? And if you just hit that one lever and nothing else, he's like, ah, whatever. Yeah, no kidding, act. Plus, I imagine he needs to cool it, keep it cooled off. Here we go. Ooh, voices. Is he not even listed? You know, you can tell how much of a AAA production this game is. Because, like, they have so little information on so many of those things here. Okay, apparently it's someone named John Guggenhuber, which I've not only never heard of, but that's my fault, because apparently he's from SpongeBob. Still haven't heard of this guy. He has done very few things, according to this. Whatever. Back into it.
You've managed to deactivate my wall of light.
Bunch of television stuff, nice.
Before you stands an invention that will endure beyond my time. The Jindosh Clockwork Soldier. My greatest creation. I sense your movements. I know where you are. Breathtaking. According to the scales beneath the floor and my acoustic sensors, you move quite quickly.
Who was he in Voyager?
Surrounded. There you are. Magnificent.
So whatever, let's go ahead and chat with the guy.
Now that I see you, I've worked out who you are. Not a hired cutthroat. Your clothes are too fine. An aristocratic thrill seeker? That's closer. You've trained with weapons formally, but you're not a salon fencer. There's a bit of back alley in your movements. All that, and you have your father's eyes, your imperial majesty. Welcome, Lady Emily Caldwin.
Impressive, Jindosh. Then you must also know why I'm here.
I'd assume my involvement with the Duke brought you to my door. Or maybe you're after washed-up Anton Sokolov, comfortably residing in the assessment chamber.
Either way, come find me and take whatever it is you seek. But if you fall, I'll have your body carried to my lab for dissection and study. Until either comes to pass, your secret is safe with me.
I'll see you soon, Jindosh.
Until then.
Sorry, 1 second. Wow, he was such a nobody role back in Voyager. He barely had a speaking role. I actually do recognize him. He was a random Kazon who committed suicide to blow up Voyager during basics.
There's an interloper in my home. And the playback indicates that the machine is waking up.
So, wish me luck. It's been a minute since I did this one. I remember this dungeon taking a minute. Especially since I don't really know where I'm going. And we're going for the non-lethal solution.
You're quite close now. I can't remember any other visitor getting so far. Do you feel pride? Anticipation?
Yeah, if you know where you're going, and dead. Again, the problem is we want to not kill him. Killing him is ironically much easier, as is true with a lot of these levels.
Aramis Stilton.
Yeah, we'll come back to Stilton there. Nah, it's a mercy offshore Twitch account. I mean, just think, he's so much happier now. Also, yeah, this guy...
Closer and closer. I'm waiting.
Yeah, he's not a very good person. An unfinished letter on legacy. Honestly, I bear no ill will towards Emily Caldwin or her father, the Royal Protector. I've never given a single fig for any of those palace-born nobles in Dunwall, so how can I think ill of one empress or another? You would not be incorrect in suggesting my motivations for assisting the Duke were at least twofold. I wanted to advance the cause of natural philosophy for the sake of the work itself, and to show those stodgy morons at the Academy the light they very nearly extinguished. Further, of course, I am no stranger to infamy, and in fact I am fond of it, but there's more driving the engine of my desire. Dynasties rise and fall with the ages, through mundane catalysts such as famine or plague or bankruptcy. Now, however, we live in a time that's being shaped by genius. Roseboro, Sokolov, Joplin, Hypatia have set the wheels of history spinning with their contributions. So too will Kiran Jundosh. It is my goal to eclipse those who came before me. No matter how the history books record the tale regarding this turn in power, it must be stated it was only possible through advances in industry and technological exploration. Power rests in the hands of the brilliant. The world will never be the same. Hey, our first rewire tool. Alright.
At last, Imperial Majesty, you found me. You realize you're only the second person to set foot in this room, the most sophisticated laboratory in the Isles. Please, try not to damage anything as you die. Clockwork soldiers, dispatch this intruder! Increasing oil tank temperature. Come out and end this trivial game of cat and mouse. I have important work to do. The machine has completed another full instruction set.
So yeah, the Clockwork Soldiers are interesting from a stealth perspective because they can see forwards and back. As you can see there.
Extra diagnostic playback loop.
I love how many of these messages that he has recorded. My personal favorite message he recorded is if you somehow manage to kill him and then have one of his Clockwork Soldiers find the body, in which point it'll say, this recording is, I forget how he says it, but it's like, this recording is in case one of these ever finds my own corpse. Ah!
It's very impressive that you survived Delilah and made it down here to Karnaca, all without the aid of your infamous father.
Yeah, I remember the initial trailer had something of these guys in it.
This playback after the final field test. Okay, the machine has detected something.
And did that count as being spotted? I didn't think so.
Extra diagnostic playback loop.
Yeah, I think you're right, Art.
When this plays, check central rotor.
I guess it's just the aesthetic, Dakota. Oop.
Playback for detection registered. If this plays, the machine is recharging the magnetic coil.
Yeah, think about how much maintenance the gears of this house would take. Oiling and grinding and just all kinds of stuff. Okay, should be good. Yeah, way too many moving parts. Anybody who's ever worked in any engineering or mechanical stuff knows that the more moving parts, the more points of failure.
An entire shipment of whale oil tanks just gone. Taken right from under their noses. Idiots.
I mean, don't mistake me. I'm with the aesthetic. I am. Just... it is funny to think about. It's actually funny. I don't know if we'll find it, but one of the background lore tidbits you can find in this mansion is that these Clockwork Soldiers are ludicrously expensive. Because Jindosh didn't make them to be practical.
My clockworks, but you'll only end up teaching me, adding to my studies.
And, like, that's a big issue, is that he more or less literally cannot afford more clockworks. Because he wasn't trying to make something practical or useful, he was trying to make something fancy.
Creepy to know they might be listening to us. Can they understand what we're saying?
No.
After last week's decision... Oh, I've actually already read this.
No more.
Instructions to staff. To my privileged staff. Today, Mr. Hadros and Mrs. Vivienne will be visiting to purchase a pair of Clockwork Soldiers. My instructions are as follows. The arc pylon should be stowed beneath the floor. Let's not vaporize our guests. Bring it back up only in the event of a disturbance. Lay out refreshments. Prepare dinner after the contracts have been signed. If they grow restless and demand to see me, tell them I will be with them shortly and escort them to the waiting room. Do not activate the mechanism that lowers the waiting room into the assessment chamber. I will do that once I arrive. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Just gonna let her go, I think. Hit.
Stand clear! I'm bringing up the arc pylon!
Yep, okay. So, And no, you're right. I don't recall there being a military man in this bundle.
Sounds like someone's in the building. Should we wake the clockwork?
It'll wake up on its own if a fight breaks out. They're blind, but they can still hear.
Creepy to know they might be listening to us. Can they understand what we're saying?
No. No more than an audiograph machine can.
Dunwall is proud of its navy. Soon you'll see what an army of clockworks can accomplish.
You know what? Let's just be safe about this.
I don't feel sorry for the poor sod who took my place in the Bloodfly crew. Always.
Take a nap. No, I agree, Black Malkin. One of the things I've noticed this playthrough in particular is that while there's some interesting ideas on like the world building axis, a lot of the story is just kind of weak. Half-baked is the word I'd use. It has been theorized that they spent pretty much all of the attention and time and detail on the level design and the gameplay, enemy design, enemy AI, etc., etc. Yeah, there's just not a lot of meat on the bones. Someone somewhere had an idea, Clockwork Mansion, and said, let's make a dungeon. Why are we going there? Who cares? There's a Clockwork Mansion. Let's go. There it is.
If I ever get the chance, I'm going to ask for a transfer to the Grand Palace. Why shouldn't I?
Hungry people just work harder.
Stand clear! I'm bringing up the arc pylon!
I mean, don't mistake me. A lot of good story ideas start with, you know, I myself have given the advice of start with something that interests you, work from there. But the work from there part is kind of relevant. I'm not even going to bring up how much this is similar to the original game's overall plot and sequencing. Yes, exactly, Giga. See, Giga's getting it. There's the pile. There it is.
Does
Yep.
hiding your face intimidate your enemies? Or merely conceal your own fear?
What? What happened? I mean, bone marrow makes some really good soups. There we go. See, unfortunately, I admit my ignorance here, because I'm just not that familiar with the Thief games. I've only played Thief 1 back in the day. I've never played Thief 2.
You think at these prices, the man wouldn't keep us waiting?
There's only one Kieran Jindosh. He can charge whatever he likes. Besides, you're rich enough to afford a couple of the clockworks. I happen to know you've doubled your fortune since the Duke took over the silver mines.
Lower wages means higher profits, but it's my time that's precious. I'm not used to waiting.
Neither am I. When was the last time someone had me waiting for more than an hour? I can't remember. It's almost titillating.
How many clockworks did you say there were? It's a numbered set, if I recall.
It is indeed, but 36, 46? Very exclusive, whatever the count. Everyone at the Garden Club will be green with envy.
Sokolov is a strange mind. I thought his scientific work would be distorted by his passions. In fact, they are inextricably linked.
There he goes again. Who do you suppose he's talking to?
It explains the delay at least. If there is a break-in, I hope the clockworks deal with it quickly. I'm tired of waiting for Jindosh.
moving at last, but where is Jindosh?
I see a mine collapsing on a dozen workers. A beggar succumbs to blood flies. A cat sleeps on a velvet pillow.
I do agree the officer should get extra rations.
You know, that's a good point, X. Probably a good thing if you think about it.
They're not like normal people. Imagine one of them as a kid.
Let's see what the range on this thing is, shall we? Yeah, that's what I figured. It's sort of what I was expecting there. Welcome to the final mystery, Jindosh.
I'm surprised you're so passionate about regaining your throne. By all accounts, you were quite rubbish as an emperor.
I think I just saw
something. Yeah, apparently we were in death range. Who knew? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, Plutonia. I don't know if it's the same devs or not. It's that, I'm just saying that from analysis. Alright, look. You are a problem. Come here. Hey, Ross.
I wonder, does it get under your skin, knowing that Delilah is sleeping in your chambers at Dunwall Tower?
I didn't know that at all, Plutonia. Wow.
It's cold and mirthless outside the walls.
It's obviously a chamber for conducting experiments and tests.
How would you know? You can barely wind a watch.
Jindosh isn't here. Do you suppose we're in danger?
Let's just stay here to be safe. I'm starting to rethink my desire to purchase anything from the man who'd build a mansion like this.
Come here. Come here. Whoever finds us, are you trapped? I know only too well your situation. You see, these are my last words. I found a spot away from the clutches of those things, but for what? I have no food, no water, and now I grow weak. There's a chance of escape that I have missed it. Even writing this note saps any strength I had left. I thought I could beat this contraption, this terrible house, this thing that Jindosh has built. But it has beaten me. If only I had thought to bring water or a morsel of bread. And so I say goodbye to you, my reckless friend. Perhaps you too will die here. I'm sorry for that. If I become a ghost, I'll try to help you. Otherwise, fare you well. Stanislaw Shepherd, juggler, magician, thief, braggart, and surely a fool. Firestarter, huh? Which one's Firestarter? There's incendiary bolt radius larger. Food for the flies. There's what I was looking for.
So you powered down my arc pylon. How resourceful.
I did the math, Ross. If all 3 of the final episodes are black, it will actually surpass Season 4. And will make it the new worst season I've ever covered. If one of them is blue, then it will equal Season 4. Anything else is obviously an improvement at that point.
It's funny to think about it. I could be reading the letter right now.
He didn't want his teeth broken out. Maybe he shouldn't have opened his mouth.
One of these days, I'm leaving the city. Back to the countryside for me.
Actually, a show called Dragon Prince. Oh, it's everything, Ross. It's literally everything. Whoops, that's the wrong button.
What was that?
I suppose I should make a list of all my possessions being destroyed.
Is it a good show? This is...
I've got to get back to Dunwall. I feel so bad. I haven't seen the kids in 2 years.
Yeah, Season 3... Season 1, 2, and 3 are actually pretty solid. Season 1 had some issues, but it was built up to Season 2, and then Season 3 was actually pretty good. And then the show was put on hiatus for a while, because it wasn't really planning for a sequel. And then a sequel came out. That's Season 4. Season 4 is the worst season of television I've ever covered. So far.
Gotta keep my mind on my duties. Forget about that kiss.
I've never actually covered a season of Donkey Kong Country. Spain. Tracks, yeah. Or somewhere in the Mediterranean. What is he doing? And being stuck is obviously the answer. Let's take a peek around here.
I'm surprised you're so passionate about regaining your throne. By all accounts, you were quite rubbish as an empress.
I am shocked he didn't see me there.
Isn't it dinner time yet? I can start on this shift.
So this is actually a bit of a problem with him being stuck there.
Isn't it laundry day yet? Gotta be soon. Can't stand
Well, it's supposed to be Diesel Punk. Whale Punk, but, you know. This is right around the Steam age, though. It's got that aesthetic to it. Let's see if I can do this. I probably can't.
Huh?
Yeah, but I hate to waste a bullet. That's not the right button. Hang on, I meant to swing my left hand, not my right hand. My bad. Well, maybe a reload fixed his AI. Where are we? Oh, this is before I broke the elevator.
He didn't want his teeth
They're not
broken
like
out.
normal people.
Maybe he shouldn't have opened his
Imagine one of
mouth.
them as a kid. Alright, let's go around.
You're so
What's going
dead.
on here?
Come on!
In my autopsy, I was curious to observe the rumored...
Anyways. I'll say, we actually have a calendar for the in-universe date. It's just, it's so non-analogous, it doesn't really matter. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a really, really sharp sword.
See you get hanged.
Back to the countryside for me.
I'm like, well, I could kill that person.
Be careful. This was devised to test the limits of the Clockwork Soldiers. Quite dangerous. If you're really looking for Sokolov, that old nag is around here somewhere.
So there's the two rich people from earlier.
1,000 rotations. Reintroducing graphite. Extra diagnostic playback loop.
Ugh, they're cheapskates in addition to being rich. There we go. They decided to have a nap. I mean, that's the norm act, right? It's such and such era, but also magic.
Huh? Hey! What happened here?
Need some help over here.
Nah, that's what I figured would happen. Alright, new option then. Good morning, Star. Ready for some jellied eels? What happens if I do this again? Nothing. But... Yeah, She-Ra will be the next show, Ross. Now, where's that go? Okay, so she's over there. Let's rob him first. Dear Mr. Hadros, it would be my pleasure to play host to you and give you a personal demonstration of the Clockwork Soldiers as you take possession of yours. As you must know, the cost is exceptionally high, but once you see one of my creations in action, you'll be unable to resist the purchase. Please arrive at the appointed date, between the hours of 2 and 3 in the afternoon. It's important you arrive at the time I have specified, as I might otherwise mistake you for an intruder.
1,000 rotations. Reintroducing graphite.
I've technically seen a couple episodes of She-Ra, because I was scouting it out for my niece. It passed the niece test.
The machine has completed another full instruction set. Increasing oil tank.
Wait, does that count as being spotted?
Temperature.
Be a little more cautious. Come over here with me. Over here. Relax. Nice settle. What do you mean, Dakota?
I'm surprised you're so passionate about regaining your throne. By all accounts, you were quite rubbish as an empress.
Sentences out of context, Ross. Well, I know that there's... So we know that there's audio. We know that there's visual. Whether or not peaking actually has visibility or not is actually an option to toggle. And I know that they have different states, which changes their overall awareness. Like, if they're cautious, they'll actually start doing this and doing their cones back and forth. Like that woman who is right there did not see me because she's at minimal awareness or alertness or whatever you want to call that. It is funny you said that though, Ross. My eldest niece actually has watched.
Deserved the promotion. She wouldn't know promotion if it hit her in the head. In fact, maybe that's just what she needs.
Has actually watched Dragon Prince. She was thoroughly unimpressed by it. It was one of those watch it and then, you know, never think about it again kind of shows for her. So if I'm lucky, she's going to look over the edge now.
Holy shit!
I was not lucky, however. No, the really funny thing is we went straight from Voyager to Dragon Prince, and oh god damn it. And let me tell you, those two shows have a lot in common.
Make a note. Remove this playback after the final field test.
No, they're both just kind of have a lot of potential which they don't really capitalize on. One of the recurring elements in Dragon Prince is that dark magic is evil. They've never actually explained that. It's very childish. It's just, it's bad. Why? Well, because it's bad. It's one of those things. A lot of the storytelling is very surface level. So, you know, there's a lot of potential in trying to explain why or how or what it does or why it's so costly, where it came from. Maybe it has something to do with the spoilers and how they're spoilering thing, and that's what makes it bad. Maybe it's not actually bad at all. Maybe it's just something that's propaganda because of the aforementioned spoilers. Yeah, there's options there. None of that happens. It's evil because we say so. Shut up. I'm tired of this
When
card.
displays, check central rotor.
She's also probably the worst character in the show. Okay, so you're probably wondering, I just want to show this off really quick. This is what happens when you throw someone into these. Oh, right, nothing. Damn, because I have to reprogram it, don't I? There we go. There we go. Extremely dead. Proper corpse disposal. Viren comes closest to being an actual character. He does have the Janeway problem. The writers couldn't make up their mind about him. Again, Voyager parallels. But when he's good, he's good.
So many things, this house not the least among them. But I suppose it's my clockwork soldiers I'll be remembered for.
What, Deathloop polka sweater? Sorry, spoilers. I still haven't played Deathloop. I need to do it someday. It's been on the list for forever. Pretty much since it came out. In fact, I think before it came out. Congrats, Germany, I suppose. But no, I hadn't heard that. There's no, not from here. Look, if they make a really big ship and call it Bismarck, I'll start getting worried. I'm going to Hitman a little bit. I'm just going to scout for a minute. So we've got some servants here. There we go.
Intelligence.
Kill this guy really quick. Kill this guy really quick.
Cannot measure, but I will try. So even bystanders fall to your wrath. What a tenacious monster you are. I'll enjoy dissecting your brain, discovering the poisons within. You consider the Grand Guard personnel protecting me to be quarry, but you've yet to best one of my clockwork soldiers. I anticipate your intent.
What the hell was in here? You know what? No, I don't actually want to know. There's nothing really over here. Let's see what's this way. Oh, this is just another way in here, isn't it? Yeah, this is just another way over here. And this is the entrance to the maze. No joy there. I mean, obviously, you know, I probably am going to end up hitting the maze. I'm pretty sure I have to in order to get to Sokolov, because he's like right over here or something. There he is. I didn't know bottles could knock out, actually, like Vulcan. Shows what I know. Thank you, Vulcan Sweater, very much. As always, I will jot that down. The dealer's choice. Let's reload. Into the maze, I guess. So we have a clockwork roaming over there. I do have a rewiring tool. I can also disable them if I can manage to get close.
Increasing oil tank temperature.
So the high and mighty Anton Sokolov won't deign to aid me in my efforts to make a new version of the Clockwork Soldier. Fine. I have another solution. My electroshock machine, long a side project of little practical use, will be just the thing. If I can find the right calibration, I should be able to damage those parts of Sokolov's mind relating to independence and free will, leaving his vast knowledge and, even more important quality, the old man possesses, though it pains me to admit, his legendary creativity.
What cruelty is this? With this machine, maybe you won't have to die after all, Jindosh.
Well, anyways, let's save for now.
Standing by. Navigation assessment 60. Assessment chamber reconfiguring.
He didn't want his teeth broken out. Maybe he shouldn't have opened his mouth.
Reconfiguration aborted.
So one of the cooler things they'll do is their kill animations.
The last vision you behold is a work of in place. The very pinnacle.
Aw. I was actually kind of hoping for it to do the... So they can behead you. They can do all kinds of fun things. My personal favorite is when the lower arms impale you and then lift you up into the air, and then the upper arms slice your head off.
Assessment chamber reconfiguring. Standing by.
moving walls. Most people are happy just doing a job.
Adapting to layout.
When this plays, check central rotor.
These inventors, they're not like normal people. Imagine one of them as a kid.
The machine is running at low speed. Okay, the machine has detected something.
Has it? God, imagine doing a ghost playthrough through this section. I mean, I'm sure it's entirely possible. It's just the amount of
Machine is experiencing uncertainty.
memorization involved.
Machine should begin scouting the vicinity. Extending exploration of the area.
Yeah, we're still undetected, right? Yep, okay.
When this plays, search is underway. Playback for termination of search.
See, I'm not sure if he can see through those windows, and I don't want to find out. Okay.
Sokolov.
My dear Anton, I hope the sound of the clockwork soldier outside your cell doesn't disturb your rest. I find the solid footfalls and gentle electric hum to be soothing, but you may be of a different opinion. In fact, in your condition, the noise might be maddening, especially since the pressure plate for the exit to your cell is positioned tantalizingly within reach. But should you attempt to venture forth in the assessment chamber like some wrinkled, gray-whiskered rat hunting through a labyrinth for a morsel of cheese, you'll soon find your stoic guardian bearing down on you. You're an intelligent man. I'm sure you don't need to illustrate what those honed edges would do to your ancient and haggard body. Such a wonderful guy, really. Yakuza 0. Yakuza like a dragon. And Opus Magnum. Thank you, Daniel Dort, very much, as always. Much obliged and much appreciated.
Can it be? Is that young Emily Caldwin?
Anton, save your strength. I came to take you out of here.
Jendosh has bigger plans than you know. An army of his clockwork soldiers. It would be the end.
I'm going to visit Jindosh too, old friend.
Okay.
Rotations. Reintroducing gravity.
That was a... God, scenes in this game are just... weird. That's the word I want to use, is weird. But anyways, now that he's unconscious...
So, you've taken Sokolov. Now watch him reconfigured.
Safest to take Sokolov back to the carriage before confronting Jindosh.
It did kind of act like he died, but no, he's actually fine. He's unconscious because you're supposed to carry him. Like, it's a gameplay thing, again. He's supposed to be unconscious so you can carry him to safety. That's the quest. But, like, what?
General detection state.
Damn it, that was not even close to what I wanted to have happen. I accept. Hang on. That's just... See, what they could have done, not that I'm blaming them for not doing this, but what they could have done is just have it so like, oh, we've rescued you. I'll wait for you until this whole thing blows over. And it's just a trigger, and he just vanishes from the game world. Boom, done.
Extending exploration of the area. So, you've taken Sokolov. Now what?
Safest to take Sokolov back to the carriage before confronting Jindosh.
Hi.
Search protocol. Okay, the machine has detected something. Play back for dead body detection. Now that you're on
Here we go. And our view kind of tumbles onto the ground for some reason. Okay. I don't have time for you, Sokolov.
The machine is still searching.
Let's wait until the damn thing leaves search mode, I guess. Or, different idea.
Now what?
Safest to take Sokolov back to the carriage before confronting Jindosh.
I probably could, but I'm not sure how to destroy the machine without being detected. I'm pretty sure you can, but sneaking up on it's a thing. Because of the whole, you know, double eye, double vision thing. And I actually lost track. There it is.
Commence lens refocus.
I mean, that sounds like him, doesn't it, Zmierster?
Central rotor.
Like, he recorded his initial things and was just like, yep. Mission complete.
Rotations. Reintroducing graphite. The machine has completed another full instruction set. This playback indicates some detection without certainty. Playback for detection registered.
I think that counted as being spotted. No, it didn't, apparently. But...
Okay, return to routine operation.
Oh, okay.
At this point, the clockwork...
God damn it. Okay.
Running search protocol. So, you've taken Sokolov. Now what?
I swear I saved out there.
Safest to take Sokolov back to the carriage before confronting Jindosh.
But whatever. What? Oh, god damn it. Game. Oh, that's actually a tough question, Ross. That's actually a really tough question.
So, you've taken Sokolov. Now what?
You'll be safer in the carriage, Sokolov. Then, I owe Jindosh a visit.
Exploration of the area.
Shouldn't have opened his mouth.
Play back for termination of search.
I'm actually torn between Silco and Cyril are the two big ones.
You freed Anton Sokolov.
If this plays, the machine is recharging the magnetic.
I mean, I've watched Farscape, but I've never covered it, so... Okay, well, let's head back up. I don't know, Dakota. Because he's an uppity prick. Okay. That I took out that woman earlier who was patrolling over here.
I won't let you take him. Time and now life's body. Know that your last
Days. Trihexia. Easily days. Yeah, I'm torn between Cyril and Silco from Andor and Arcane. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with that. Probably helps that Arcane actually has several good villains, and so does Andor. Whoops, that's not what I... Well, of all the villains in Andor, Cyril is probably the most... I don't want to use the word best written, but I'm not sure what else to call it, honestly. Admittedly, his performance helps a lot, so I'm a little bit biased because the actor kinda nails it. There it is. I know it's shocking that Seska isn't better than frickin' Silco. Damn it, game.
I won't let you take him. Sokolov was the great thinker of his time, and now he belongs to me.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. It's kind of hard to divorce the character's writing from the character's performance sometimes. Okay. Stay here, Sokolov. There.
Playback for detection registered.
Yeah, Ducat's a good example of that.
General detection state.
Yeah, I noticed that, Black Vulcan. Especially irritating since we're going with a stealth route at the moment, and this is the most guaranteed way to get detected is just going straight for the exit with the 3 freaking clockworks right there.
The machine is connected to diagnostic playback loop. Okay, the machine has detected something. Running search protocol. Continue search.
Now that your last moments, the last vision you behold is a work of scintillating
Interesting.
the very pinnacle of
So that didn't do as much as I was hoping it would. Okay.
I love to sit there, smoking and sketching out new ideas.
Huh.
I really hope you don't fall and die out there. It might be hard to clean up. The smell, you see.
Oh gosh. Best game villain of a game I've covered, post-Oblivion line. Ah, that's actually tough. Well, I would be remiss if I did not mention Emmett Selk from Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, we also had Odin in God of War 5, who was crazy good. Although, once again, a lot of that's down to the performance.
Sokolov was the great thinker of his time, and now he belongs to me.
Okay, let's pop a save over here. Yeah, the Pentiment Central, the final villain, I think is how I'll phrase that. In Pentiment would definitely qualify. The best villain in WoW? We've actually talked about that a few times. It's probably Garrosh. Just overall.
Still idling. Take this opportunity to back-charge second coil. Increasing oil tank temperature.
Saren in Mass Effect? He's fine, yeah. Whoops. I think Tim is a more interesting villain in 2. Not Tom. In 3.
Make a note. Remove this playback after the final field test.
Yeah, but in a good way, Trahexi. As opposed to the jailer, who I hate in a bad way. Okay. Really wish I could just use this elevator. Alright.
machine has completed another full instruction set. The machine is running at low speed. Okay, the machine has detected something.
Gravemind was certainly memorable, but he was only really in one game, functionally. Hang on, did that count as being detected? It didn't. That's actually funny.
At least Anton is safe. Now, for Jindosh.
So I'm not going to save, because this might have been a terrible, terrible mistake. Since I'm going to go back into what might be active clockworks here. Yeah, but has Vader ever been a villain of a game we've covered, Zacto? Like the villain? Eh.
I suppose Sokolov is now safe and sound. And yet here you are again, back for more.
Oh yeah, if we're counting Torth, Barris and Thanaton definitely qualify.
Experiencing uncertainty. Okay, trigger exploration grid scouting.
What? What? Huh?
Playback indicates a young woman. Playback for combat protocols.
Okay. Yeah, but we haven't reviewed that game, Zactaft. Favorite Metroid boss in the whole franchise? No, that did actually look like... Oh, come on. Okay. Hang on. Favorite Metroid boss ever? Not counting the Prime bosses, obviously. Gosh, that's actually a tough one. Let me chew on that for a sec.
I suppose Sokolov is now safe and sound. And yet here you are again, back for more.
This playback indicates some detection without certainty. The machine sees
What are my options here?
entering
None. I have no options. It is a completely contained room with 3 clockwork bots in it.
The very pinnacle of invention.
Over here. Over here.
Combat Protocol 6.
I mean, I could just get on with it. If people are that bored, I could just get on with it.
Switching to alternative tactical mode. Triggering electrostatic discharge. Stand clear. In this place, someone lose successful. Playback indicates. The machine is running at when this plays. Check central.
This must be the electroshock machine Jindosh mentioned.
The machine is experiencing uncertainty. Rotations. Reintroducing graphite. General detection state registered. The machine influence here, and nothing further is amiss. The machine has entered combat. Okay, enemy encountered. Combat Protocol 6.
I would like to say I did that on purpose, but I'm not a good liar. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Alternative tactical mode.
Oh, God. Can we put Sokolov in that chair? Sokolov, I want you to do something with me. Yeah, what's up? Ah! Why would you do this? I was just curious. Okay. I just wanted to know if I could put you in the chair. What do you mean, if you could put me in the chair? Look, don't worry about it.
That area is not safe. Not meant for human passage.
Oh, game cannot be saved. That's why it didn't save earlier. Why can my game not be saved? That's new.
Increasing oil tank temperature.
See, the problem is I'm actually torn between two, Ross.
This must be the electroshock machine Jindosh mentioned.
One is Ravenbeak, obviously. But the other fight that keeps occurring to me is actually just Ridley. Back in Super.
Displayback indicates some detection without certainty.
Could be.
The general detection staying soon.
I've noticed that saves...
Physician and head of the Academy of Natural Philosophy. In your prime, the most sought-after painter in all the Empire.
This playback indicates a false positive.
Now, my puppet.
If you're going to use this inelegant-looking device against me, get on with it, Jindosh. Though I'm not sure what you hope to accomplish. I must admit to feeling a bit of professional curiosity as to the function of the apparatus.
Patience, friend, patience. The sequence of events is important. You'll come to understand my electroshock machine, but when? Before or after that light
I'm surprised you're so passionate about regaining your throne. By all accounts, you were quite rubbish as an empress.
Tell me that.
Has anyone ever loved the sound of his own voice as much as you do, Kieran? Perhaps the device could tell us that.
No, sadly, it cannot. But what it can do is take from you the thing you love the most. Your precious intellect. If you won't agree to collaborate on the next clockwork prototype, I'll use the device on that brain of yours, Sokolov.
I refuse. If I'm to be a drooling idiot, at least I won't be bothered by any more of your rambling...
Still, Ivan, take this opportunity to backcharge second coil. Increasing oil tank temperature. Hello? Still with us?
I'm just curious. Although, while I'm here... I hate that it pauses when I alt-tab. There we go. The tester from AM2R also got a negative, if you remember, so it's technically only 2 positives played 12. This is actually exactly where I thought it was. Holy crap. Not that it matters now, but... we can do that. Another route, I suppose, if we need it. Loot the damn thing. Delicious and refreshing pear soda. No, Diggernaut would be pretty high, too. See, that's the thing. Ravenbeak, I'm pretty sure, got a negative as well. I did like the Diggernaut fights. That's also kind of cheap. Am I just... What is going on? It just straight up will not let me save. It just straight up will not let me save. Okay. So yeah, I guess that's our trio. Ridley, Ravenbeak, and Diggernaut. It tastes like pear. Artificial pear, but you know.
In my autopsy, I was curious to observe the rumored degeneracy of the Caldwin line.
Kieran Jindosh.
I still can't save. Oh, yep.
Plays, the machine is recharging the magnetic coil.
I still cannot save.
Okay, the machine has detected something. The machine is experiencing uncertainty.
Really wish I... Oh, God, that could be it, Plutonia. Considering how much proper breeding and, you know, the way things should be there is in this setting, that wouldn't surprise me. Still can't save. I think it's Sokolov. I think that's what's preventing me from saving. Could you, like, look somewhere other than your desk, please?
I've had fabled burglars, fortune hunters, and professional killers come through my door, only to expire begging for mercy, crying out for release after only a few hours.
Oh, jeez, this is irritating. Alright. We could just hit him. I'm hesitant to try anything because I can't save right now.
1,000 rotations. Reintroducing graphite.
Especially since there's clearly a finite number of them, Dakota.
If this plays, the machine is recharging the magnetic coil.
Screw it.
Can't you do your jobs and protect me, you idiot?
The search protocol is underway.
Hang on. Just because I'm curious. Yep, okay. Do I have any stinging bolts? I do not. I've got bullets, I've got sleep darts, and I've got incendiary bolts. That's it. really don't want to deal with this.
Search playback.
Okay, fine.
Unauthorized protocol speed. Combat protocol for unambiguous enemy. Switching to alternative tactical mode. Triggering electrostatic discharge.
Stop trying to kill your boss, please.
Playback for combat protocols.
Fine. All right. New plan. Oop.
Diagnostic playback loop. Still idling. Take this opportunity to... If you're there, I have to warn you. That area is not safe.
We appear to be having a slight issue. I'm not sure of exactly the issue we're having, but it does appear to be problematic. Okay. I was actually wondering that too. Like, where does he get the parts for these stupid things? There's a letter earlier where he's yelling at someone for giving him imprecise measurements of the parts he needs.
Protection registered. Passage. Triggering electrostatic discharge. Playback for unambiguous.
There, we've been spotted. Whatever. Let's just get on with it. This is taking too long. Moving on. It's not like I haven't ghosted this game before. More than once.
Okay. At least Anton is safe.
On camera I did even.
I suppose Sokolov is now safe and sound. And yet here you are again, back for more. Okay, the machine has detection registered something to...
This must be the electroshock machine Jindosh mentioned.
This playback indicates some detection without certainty.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Black Malcolm. It actually occurred to me just now that, wait, maybe there's some other way to get in, and I'm just an idiot for not even trying. But no, I don't think there's any other way in. It's a loading screen, even.
the way. Know that your last moments, the last vision you behold, is a work of scintillating industry. The very pinnacle of invention. Armed. Okay, enemy encountered. Combat prolific detached. Visitor is another test for the Clockwork soldiers. Each makes them better. In the end. Enemy evasion.
I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, the problem is, and this is what's frustrating me, is I had it. I was pretty much there. Had him knocked out, had Sokolov fine and dealt with. All I had to do was go drag him to the chair and be done. But it wouldn't let me save. And because, yep, see, the moment I drop Sokolov, I lose the ability to save the game. That's extremely frustrating. It is such a weird game. I might actually give that a negative. The moment you rescue Sokolov, you just sort of lose the ability to save the game. Sorry, Sokolov. Okay. So let's go ahead and drop him here. Down here.
How did you manage to get into the workings of my work? Quite like a rat, gnawing at wires.
And they've spotted me, of course. continues to be irritating.
Profile, but hostile.
Yeah. Go kill Sokolov. I don't even care at this point.
Combat. Okay.
Yeah, no, I noticed that the save isn't a Doom save. It doesn't save everything. In fact, I've observed several times before that if you load a save, it'll actually, like, reset AI behavior, for example.
Combat Protocol 8.
Okay, so I have 3 clockworks. I have 1 rewiring kit on me. Okay. I have successfully managed to get him out before without getting detected. But at this point, I think that's just an unfeasible goal. I'm not even 100% sure how I managed it.
Not meant for human passage. General detection state.
What?
Unauthorized.
What? 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 I'm not even sure how those activated, but whatever. Okay, moving on.
You're there, I have to warn you. That area is not safe. Not meant for human passage. Take this opportunity to backcharge the second coil.
What?
Extra diagnostic playback loop.
Okay. Well, we're here now. We could save because we have him on our back. Let's go ahead. We lost Sokolov. Sokolov, where'd you go?
Idling. Commence lens refocus. Okay, the machine is identified as a lifeless body.
So, yeah, we're just going to give up on Spotless. Legitimately irritating, but at this point, whatever. We've spent way too much time here. And I need to unload Sokolov. He is just way too much of a load, ironically.
Okay. At least Anton is safe. Now, for Jindosh.
I suppose Sokolov is now safe and sound.
Ah! Just a little too slow there.
I suppose Sokolov is now safe and sound.
Okay, that's actually awful. Okay. I don't have a plan for this.
Protocol 6.
Where's the switch? Where's the switch? There it is.
Behold is a work of scintillating genius entered the very pinnacle of invention.
Blah 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 blah. Okay, moving on. Okay.
With this place, the machine is recharging the magnetic coil.
We save? We can save, hey! Hello, Evo.
This playback indicates some detection without certainty.
Where? What? Oh, okay. Ow.
Return to idle. is experiencing uncertainty.
Kieran Jindosh.
This playback indicates a false positive.
These are the ones. I even showed it off earlier. First, I tried to show it off and failed. Then I accidentally showed it off successfully.
The machine has implemented another full instruction set.
I wonder who will live here in this place after I've...
Okay, the machine
Do
has
your
detected
jobs and protect me, you
something.
idiots!
Nothing here but us mice.
When this plays, search is underway. This indicates the search protocol is underway. Back for termination of search.
Okay. There's 2 steps left of this. You having a good nap there, Jindosh? Yeah, like I said, Plutonian, that wouldn't surprise me. The save system doesn't seem super amazing, which is kind of funny, really. I've also noticed it's kind of slow compared to some other saves I could mention. Hey, look, at Ingress Point. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, isn't this the id Tech engine? Didn't they figure that out? What is the point of coming out here?
It's a long way down.
Never mind. There's the rewire tool. It's the other rewire tool. I need them now, but, you know, it's good to know. What? Nice bed. This would have been Doom 4, I want to say? Right? My efforts to fine-tune the electroshock machine have been less than successful. Breaking down the more bothersome elements of a subject's personality, such as willpower, while leaving cognition and creativity unharmed, has proven unrealistic. Instead, my machine leaves the subject babbling like a child, which is the opposite of what I need from Sokolov. Also, he's a crappy painter. Look at that thing. Ugh. Barely even looks like a canvas. Yeah, the platforming in particular is very Doom. I noticed that earlier. Doom 4, obviously. Oh yeah, tons, Evo. There are collectibles in each stage. Okay, this says a breakable door. I'm starting to think you're lying to me. Let me in! Let me in! I need it. Okay, fine. Just whatever. Come here, or Jindosh. Wait, the pistol works? What? No, pistol. There we go. So we'll grab that while we're here. There's just money down here. Whoop. Oh, whatever. You stay there for a minute, Jindosh. Yes, Peggy Carter is a character in the MCU. How many people has he killed down here? Of course, he likes to dissect people. Kieran, you can ask the Void what the Void looks and feels like, if it can be measured as a real place. Here's my answer. Don't concern yourself with such matters. It's as real as anything I've ever experienced, but if you understood it, you know that such a statement makes as little sense as saying that I have been dead. The Void is unspeakable. It's infinite and nowhere, ever-changing and perpetual. There are more things in the endless black void, Jindosh, than are dreamt of in your natural philosophy. Leave aside things beyond your reach and be content you are gifted with more insight than the common man. Wow. Right, so let's not leave Jindosh down. I don't want him to die. I want him to suffer a fate much worse than death. So let's go and save. So how do we turn this stupid thing on? Let's hitman this a little bit, shall we?
Make a note. Remove this playback after the final field test.
I don't know, who's our current young and up-and-coming action star? It's all old guys. At the moment they tried to show Liam Neeson as an action star, I was like, oh, okay, you've run out, haven't you?
This must be the electroshock machine. Jindosh.
Just put you here.
Not enough power.
Combat Protocol 6. Entering the combat state indicates some detection. Playback for combat protocols. Switching to alternative playback for unambiguous enemy.
Oh, wow.
Triggering electrostatic discharge. Stand clear. Enemy evasion successful. Quarry lost. Continue search.
Yeah, no kidding, Black Malkin. That's been true in general.
Extending exploration of the area.
Like, all the don't kill options have been a lot more work than just killing. If you remember, we reached this room almost immediately after getting here. One incendiary round would have been the end of it. Yeah, or a grenade, which we do have. So, funk. Okay, so that also takes 4. Oh, here we go. Like we want. Okay. So,
The other lab machines are draining away too much electricity.
Looks like we want anatomy.
General detection state.
Oh yeah, we could have killed our... Granted, the mechs are a little bit harder to kill, but no, we could have killed our way through all this stuff. Way easier.
Unauthorized presence.
Hang on, BRB.
The machine is triggering electrostatic discharge. Stand clear. This plays if someone eludes the machine.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our second playthrough, I'll tell you what. We're gonna have to upgrade a bunch of stuff, though.
The machine is still searching. Running search protocol. Search playback. This indicates the search protocol is underway. Playback for termination of search. The machine is experiencing uncertainty. 1,000 rotations. Reintroducing graphite. Idling. Commence lens focus.
I don't remember Trihexia. Anyone else know the answer to Trihexia's question? Because that doesn't sound familiar to me.
why the machine has detected something. Unauthorized presence.
That's really a game.
Playback indicates lost enemy. Make a note. Remove this playback after the final field test.
Well, since we're here, we're waiting anyways. Let's see if this actually does anything right now.
Combat protocols. Cooling down. Enemy encountered.
The electroshock machine should work now.
Hey, off the deeper end.
Playback indicates some detection without certainty. Quarry lost. Is the head? The machine has lost its quarry.
Yeah, no, that's him. You know. So this is probably very unpleasant.
No! 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 You don't know what you're doing! Anything! I'll give you anything you want! Stop! Don't do this! So much will be lost! An age of advancement!
Too bad it had to come to this, Jindosh.
How you feeling, buddy? How you feeling?
And if I combine the acid against a copper plate, what does it do?
Huh?
I knew that a moment ago. Does anyone know the answer?
No.
I had an idea, but it's gone now.
Bye, Jindosh. I don't feel bad. Screw that guy.
Entering okay. Enemy encountered.
No.
Playback for unambiguous enemy. Triggering electro.
Bye. Yeah, do you kill him or do you kill him? You be the judge. Alright, let's get out of here. I mean, it's true, right? It really is true. Either we kill him by murdering his body, or we kill him by murdering his mind. Either way, he's gone. Come on, Sokolov. Let's get out of here. Let's just walk. No, I'm not going to do that. It would be funny, though. Okay, in case you missed what just happened there. I was putting him down to pick up the whale oil to turn off the wall of light. But I threw him into the whale oil, which got about 1 frame into exploding before it recognized that, you know, he was dead and immediately terminated the mission. Peekaboo.
I want you to stay in your boring. I'll fill my pillow with. See what I can do.
So which enemies now? The preview for the next stage.
I'll paint my nails red with your blood. Step outside and back. You think you're safe over there?
You did it. How is he? He's frail and wounded, but he'll recover. I didn't think it was possible. You must have a story to tell. I'll hear it back at the ship. Let's go then.
You can hear her behind me. So, yeah. Detections. 23! Yeah, moving on.
The void, but somehow different this time.
Surprised I can pull you into this place? The outsider marked me long ago. I made you flee your precious tower and turned your father into cold stone. How difficult for you. But when I was young, sweet Jessamine and I were close as sisters, sharing a secret. Emperor Kaldwin had another daughter, born in shame to a kitchen maid.
Am I dreaming? If not, how is Delilah doing this?
But I want to come to court like Jessamine.
I told you, when you're older, perhaps next year.
You said that last year. Jessamine's younger than me, and she's a court every day.
Jessamine is, well, it's complicated. You'll understand someday.
What did I do? I'll be good. I swear.
Next year, I promise.
During the day, Jessamine and I played games in the tower. But at night, I'd go back to the servants' quarters to cockroaches and thin gruel. Emperor Daddy would visit and tell me if I was good. Next year, I'd be old enough to come to court to be a princess. Then one day, pretty Jessamine broke something worth a fortune, and the spy master caught us. She claimed I did it, and he whipped me in the garden house until I bled. My mother lost her kitchen job, and that night we were out on the streets with no place to sleep. I didn't break it.
Would you like to tell me her name?
We were just playing.
Young lady Jessie. What is your account?
It was her. Delilah's life. She broke it.
Mother and I saw the nastiest parts of Dunwall, ending up in debtor's prison. Jessamine died quick on an assassin's blade, but my mother lingered for weeks after a fat guard broke her jaw. They threw me out when she died. I looked up at the lights of Dunwall Tower and swore revenge. Washing bedsheets in a brothel, I painted on the side, until Anton Sokolov took me as a student. That's the polite word for it. I was crafty even before the outsider marked me, and survived the worst the Empire could offer. Now it's your turn.
My mother's sick. She needs help.
Your mother kicked off while you were out begging. She's another bag of bones now, girl.
What? No!
Her sentence is served and she'll be tossed out with the others. You can't stay here anymore.
It's hard to know whether my dear old aunt is telling the truth or not. When I was young, the Loyalist conspiracy that kidnapped me also took Anton Sokolov. They brought him to the pub where I was being held and locked him in a cage meant for dogs. And you know what? Sokolov laughed at them. He taught me lessons and told me funny stories. He seemed immortal. His mind shaped our age. That's changed. The old man I rescued doesn't talk much. He eats what we give him, groans in his sleep, coughs out blood. I thought he'd tell me the secret to defeating Delilah and saving the Empire. But I'm not even sure he knows where he is.
I'm with you, even in the void. If only I could do more.
Mother? That wasn't a dream, was it?
Am I to blame for Delilah's bitterness?
No. She's the one who orchestrated the coup.
Our decisions have weight. I feel my time drawing to an end. Soon.
Need to get a cat.
For a man of his age, Sokolov's making better progress than I would have expected.
Jindosh wanted me to help him with a rather complicated problem. It would have enabled him to make his clockwork soldiers at a fraction of the cost. Clever man.
Not clever enough. What's wrong with people like that?
A restless mind and an empty heart, perhaps. Jindosh would have snuffed me out as soon as he got bored. I appreciate what Emily did for me, freeing me from that place.
I searched for you, Anton. I would have found you.
I knew you'd try, Megan. They kept me going after they gave me to Jindosh.
Either way, you're back now. I'm glad.
Emily.
Ah, the Empress has risen. A peaceful sleep, I hope. Nothing like the pillows at Dunwall Tower, made of goose feathers.
Sit down when you want to talk.
One of the more elaborate structures in Karnaca, closed to the public. More of the Duke's questionable rulership. The Royal Conservatory. This place was commissioned by my grandfather in my grandmother's name.
Due to an alarming increase in mite population. That's their stated reasoning.
Jindosh won't be making his army of clockwork soldiers.
Yeah, it's a nice layout. Actually, rather enjoy it.
Anton, when I brought you back, you could barely speak. But it's been 3 days. They tortured him. His body is covered with bruises. Delilah has the throne, and my father is missing. This is Anton Sokolov, the greatest mind in the Empire.
No, Emily. Megan is right. I can make electricity move from one side of the room to the other, but Delilah is beyond my understanding. When I came to Sarkonos, I meant to leave everything behind. But when the assassination started, I couldn't ignore it. By the time Megan and I connected the murders to the Duke, it was too late. The Crown Killer came for me. It kept me alive from my knowledge, but I saw things. Jindosh often had a visitor, Brianna Ashworth.
She's the curator of the Royal Conservatory.
Yes, Ashworth is dangerous, as obsessed with the occult as Delilah. Apparently, she's working on a device called the Oraculum.
There's more to her than either of you know. If Ashworth is one of Delilah's lieutenants, I need to eliminate her. Who knows what this device is capable of, or what she's up to.
I'd say a solid 1/3 of that cutscene was completely unnecessary. Just straight up repeat information. And I know I bang on that a lot, but this is one of the worst examples I've seen of this in a while. Which brings me to Evo's question. What do I think about what we just saw? Well, you see, as you know, Delilah has reached out into the void. No, you're probably asking what I think about Delilah's, I believe they call it the Freudian excuse. Which is, it's okay that I'm horrifically evil because my dad beat me when I was a child. Not literally in this case, but you know, you get the idea.
We'll take the skiff. I don't want to bring the dreadful whale any closer than we have to. There is a small dock in Syria Gardens, close to the conservatory. That's as far as I can take you. Ready to go?
See, like 100% of that dialogue was unnecessary, for example.
Let's go.
We'll take the skiff, as opposed to every other time we've gone to shore, where we've taken the skiff. What? Having said that, I'm with you, Evo. Like, it really is the problem with bloodline inheritance. It's like, oh, my beloved daughter, listen. You're a potential claimant to the throne, so I can't acknowledge you publicly, and I can't really, like, take care of you or be your parent. But it's okay, because I probably don't love you anyways.
There'll be a Grand Guard presence outside the Royal Conservatory. Inside, be prepared for anything. Ashworth runs with an eclectic crowd. They'll be the real danger.
I remember...
I'd like to know more about how you met Ashworth. I know you would. Trust me. Ashworth is important to Delilah. Which brings up something else. You might be able to exploit the Abbey of the Everyman in removing Ashworth from play. Turns out the Vice Overseer in Karnaca has been watching Ashworth from a hidden outpost near the Royal Conservatory. Check it out first if you want more options. Remember, if she's still working with Delilah, Ashworth is a grave threat. Thanks, Megan. See you soon.
That could be Black Malkin. We know this development was a little bit troubled, and we know that there were a few last-minute changes. But I wasn't able to find anything more concrete than that. I don't know. I remember being really frustrated on the first part of this mission the last time we did this. So let's see how we do.
I can't keep track of all the decrees. My client's refurbishing a gazebo, adding an exotic southern touch.
I don't get it. When I went to Dunwall, I brought back a River Cross shell to use as an ashtray, because it reminds me of good times. But what's the point of buying wood from a country you never visited?
Lady Shersha has money, so she gets the wood she wants.
I bet she does. All right. You never heard that. There's a wall. There's our guards. There's whale oil. How much? 20% off. I might hold out. We'll see.
Huh?
Nope, nope, nothing to see here. Whoever you want to, Trixie. It's kind of a preference thing.
Can't stand my own stench.
Where's that dealt with? Let's see.
Something's gotta give.
Did I close my locker before coming out? Last time I left it open, someone left a hagfish in my jacket pocket.
He says keep alert, and I says I am alert. I've been alert.
Huh?
And he says,
Where did you go?
God damn it. I can't, like...
So let's see. What was it?
I wonder who that was.
Well, maybe. No, no. You know what? I've learned my lesson. We're not going to try to go with no detections anymore. I'm sure you guys are getting bored. I apologize. Alright, so... I've noticed some streamers do this thing where they talk out everything they're thinking. Usually because they're not talking to chat. So that's the only thing they're saying, is whatever it is they're thinking about a specific section of the game. It's like, oh, okay, how do I get by this guy? I'm just going to slip behind him here, hope he goes outside, which he did. Grab him from behind, push him forward a little bit. Why don't you go join your friends? There you go. Enjoy. What else we got? Anyone else down here? I don't see anyone. It's actually funny. There's a rat thing. We don't even have a rat to possess. Although...
Let's see. Waiting for me.
something in the sand.
No, I have V just right here. V is one of those really easy buttons for me to hit. That's why I have it bound there. Okay. Oop, oop, oop. Okay, nothing down here. That'll be our escape vector when we get there. Okay, well, we could find a mouse, or...
This week, the woman can't count. I'm gonna make a complaint to Paolo.
Place is filthy. Makes a person sick, it does.
Tell me about it. I wonder if she wants to be warm. Ah! That would be horrific and funny if that was something you could actually do. Okay, why don't you go join your friends? We gotta make a pile. We gotta make a pile. If there's one thing I enjoy about every Deus Ex game, and also, you know, Dishonored, and I don't know, I guess that's it? Metal Gear Solid, maybe? It's making the pile. Come here. Usually in a giant air duct which could fit a car inside of it. So the street thug is going to wake up being like, what am I doing here? Oh, actually, here's the question. Which one wakes up first, and which will be the most, should we say, awkward option for who wakes up first? Oh, sorry, you're dead. You're dead, you're dead. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
She won't go away.
Dead! Extremely dead. Okay, so. That was relaxing. God, I cannot wait for the Corso playthrough, where we're just gonna butcher our way, killing everything. Just everything. The one at the bottom of the pile. Perfect, Czar. One at the bottom's like, huh? Oh my god. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Pilot Earth.
One wrong word, and I'm stuck over here. What a racket. Short again this week. The woman can't count. I'm gonna make a complaint to Paolo.
You, wanna move on there, buddy? Hey, good choice. Okay. There we go. Come here. All right. Ooh, rat skewers. Nom, 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 nom. I love rat. That's what really makes you feel alive. As the poison courses through your veins and damages your, I think it was constitution? Oh god, I don't actually remember. Here you go. Enjoy the pile. Only on a Tuesday, Linnea Ruth. Got to check in here while we were here. Let's see. Hello. Hello, hello. Money, money, money. Agreed, consciously. The pickpocket option and also then the, you know, the knockout auto loot are both nice features. Because they are very, very stupid, Trihexia. Or greedy. Take a pick. Favorite day of the week? I don't have one now. Least favorite. Same answer. Like, most days of the week are more or less the same for me. You know what? I take that back. My favorite day of the week is Sunday. Right now.
Pushed out into the harsh world. You are alone, but for a few allies.
Thanks for the reminder, Mom. Appreciate you. That's the support I really needed. Well, yeah, if you remember, they actually blamed the conspiracy on Corvo. Which is like one of the dumbest possible things, but whatever. They thought it... They were not known for their intelligence. Let's just be clear about that. As far as least favorite day of the week... So far, no, Platoon. I noticed you mentioned that in Discord, and I haven't had an issue with that so far. There has been one time where I literally misclicked and killed someone in accident. Hypatia, actually. But other than that, no. What? Oh, right. Well, since everyone's gone here, we'll just put these on 7. You know, when they wake up, they're going to have an interesting conversation. So that's it. You've got, like, your ghost playthroughs. Nobody even notices you were there. You got your non-lethal playthroughs. I mean, I have the awkward playthroughs. Oh, hello. Sorry about this.
Defend yourself!
Oh, you're alive. I'm sorry. Let me fix that. Alright, let's see here. So there is another way in, but it's locked from the inside. Bunch of gear in here. Is that the only way in? I haven't seen any mice nearby. I'm not even sure I have mice form.
What the?
So, he put a trap on the door and wandered over into it. Interestingly enough, that did not count as a kill. I'm a little surprised by that. I think I'm going to stick with that. I think that's our canon right now. Yeah, all you have to do is forget you're booby-trapped once. And that happens. That is hysterical. You know what? Sure, canon. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, we do actually have maps, don't we? Terrible maps, but we do have them.
Brianna Ashworth, curator of the Royal Conservatory. For a while, I believed Ashworth had some connection to the occult in Karnaca. Something is happening that I don't understand. The overseers are the forward face of the Abbey, but equally important are our sisters from the Oracular Order. To be direct, I suspect something is wrong within their sect. Subtle changes to the types of proclamations they've been making.
Small but troubling deviations from tradition. But publicly saying anything along those lines will get me accused of heresy by my rivals within the Abbey. Is it possible that Ashworth has infiltrated the Oracular Order?
So Vice Overseer Byrne thinks Ashworth is interfering with the Oracular Order. If true, it's another reason she has to be eliminated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know my favorite type of dialogue in video games is when someone says something and then someone else says the same thing. Oftentimes immediately afterwards. Hey guys, you know one of my favorite things in games is when someone says something and then immediately afterwards says pretty much the exact same thing right after it. Sometimes they rearrange the words a little bit, but you know, same general idea. Hey guys, one of my favorite things pick up all this stuff because I've actually been using supplies lately. That's actually a good question. Oh god, that's true, Platonia. That's true. Starfield is still much worse. Oh my god, Starfield. Ah. I think that's everything? Okay. Got a few bits of extra resources. And, like, not really useful or actionable intel, but whatever. Moving on. Look, something's got to hold up the subway. Some games tank the floor. Some games tank underground.
I told them he was too skinny. Told them he wouldn't last the day.
The Royal Conservatory. What do those walls hide?
The amazing new taste sensation. Rose water jelly. 51 years of quality.
A new empress sits on the throne in Dunwall. Our rightful ruler, Delilah Caldwell, first of her name. May she reign forever. There are some traitors who question her claim to the throne. Morley, Gibeah, treasonous nations skulking in the cold, gloomy north. If they want war, we'll give it to them, no matter how many of you I have to sacrifice. Draconis will fight for Delilah to the bitter end.
In case you missed that, he literally just said, no matter how many of you I must sacrifice if the northern nations threaten war. Who killed my bot? Who killed my bot? What in the world? Oh, wow. It really was Bladeval. Holy crap. So I could usually distinguish between good editing, or excuse me, bad editing and bad writing. But I would actually say that bad editing is worse. There's a lot of writing that can be salvaged with good editing. Just ask Lucas. But for real, like, good editing is essentially invaluable. And can completely turn around bad writing. Yeah, exactly. But bad editing can ruin pretty much anything.
Open his wrist for all I care. Did you bring me something? The silver cigarette case, like we agreed?
No, listen. I can't go on doing this. Stealing for you. I'll lose my job.
Do you want to be a servant all your life? You're always talking about leaving Karnak on a big white boat, never to come back. You spend your days polishing silver cutlery. Come with me, Beatrix. Let's leave.
Could we really get passage on a ship? What if they find us?
You know I'll protect you, just like when we were kids.
I'll think about it. I promise.
Somehow she can always get them to follow her into the room, even when her uniform is already torn
Entire shipment
and
of
bloody.
whale oil tanks just gone. Taken right. Huh? Who opened this door? Maybe the wind or something.
Push out into the harsh
Damn it.
world.
No.
You are alone, but for a few allies. They are taken in by her charms. Later they find out she's corrupt.
Easily bad writing that's better edited, Blade 100% of the time. Even a bland story can be interesting told properly, you know. Pear soda.
My, is that my breath I'm smelling? Maybe my teeth are due for their monthly cleaning.
I mean, honestly, my easiest example of that is Mass Effect 2. But there's plenty of examples of stories that aren't really all that engaging, except for the fact that they're well told. Well, she's really good at being an assassin, but that's entirely because of her dad. So what would Emily Caldwell be? If not an assassin or an empress. Well, we have some lightning bolts now. I can see her going down the adventurer route. Or, again, whatever equivalent exists in this setting. Expeditioneers, I guess? I don't know.
Look at you, making your way across this shuddering city. Brianna Ashworth would have been miserable as a member of high society, forced to wed some bloated banker. Her only moments of real freedom, getting drunk at fancy balls, and slipping away to couple with strangers. It would have ended in an unhappy marriage and a late-night plunge into an icy river. But just before Mother and Father married her off, so many years ago, she found Delilah instead. It was all highways and graveyards after that, never looking back. Vice Overseer Byrne is an ambitious man, but he believes in the Abbey's mission, protecting the good people of the Empire against the likes of us. You know he'd be happier deep down if this ended with Brianna Ashworth's head on a spike. Maybe yours as well.
Why the barbed wire? Ow. Yeah, the fact that he keeps teleporting around for no reason. Like, I'm down for a good casual teleport, really. Sometimes you can use it to really flesh out a character. In fact, actually, the Dragon Prince has a great example of that. At one scene, one of the characters is talking to the central villain, and the central villain keeps kind of warping around as he's talking to him, and it's a great scene, it's a great effect, and it helps to emphasize how otherworldly he is. But when you're just warping around for no point and purpose all the time, not even really changing your angle or where you're talking or anything, it's just kind of, huh? What are you doing? I like warping around. Yeah, that's great, but like, what are you doing? Doesn't it make me look cool? It actually is. Like, to fall. Yeah, here he's just bouncing around like he's got ADHD or something. I look so mysterious. Behold my incredible mysterious ways. Oh, I think that's our first zombie. Yep, there's one. Okay, this isn't a kill. That's not a person. That is a corpse. Although I'm curious if the game counts it as one. It does? What? How does that count as a kill? What? What? Yeah, hang on. Okay, this is right after this. We didn't lose that much time. Look, undead are not people. Excuse me, I'm going to go back to playing World of Warcraft, where I just did a quest, where there's a forsaken orphan matron who's actually really sweet and kind, and desperately goes out of her way to try and make the kids feel welcome and wanted, because she didn't feel welcome or wanted when she got raised from the dead. What? Black Balkan? Oh my god. Ridiculous nonsense. Okay,
Hello? Anybody?
No.
Don't make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that.
I'm up here, dude. There's our zombie friend.
Someone there.
You know what? Go away.
Yes. Yes, hit me. Better me than them.
What? Whatever, he's asleep now, so... we can kill the rest of them, all willy-nilly. I'm so sorry, villagers, no.
New tax fee levied by the Grand Circle Guard. Let me answer all of this rabble-rousing at once. Disloyalty and sedition will not be tolerated. Look at my friend. He's a patriot. A man who won't stop turn every bit of this land silver into shiny coins. I asked double the number of mine workers. He did it. No questions, no complaints. Karnak needed miners, and he produced them. Out of thin air. That's the Draconic spirit.
You want to tell him, or should I? Oh, wow. Speaking of which, I made a casual comment on how the prequel trilogy sucks. Because the prequel trilogy sucks. And I got the weirdest comment about it. And yet, weirdly, it's so effective. Hang on, let me pull this up, because this bizarred me a little bit. There we go. The prequel trilogy did not suck. This many years later, and people like you still refuse to get over it. Ugh. They were never that bad to begin with. Just because an aggressively unfunny hack on the internet, RLM, says it doesn't make it undisputed gospel. Who's RLM? Oh, Red Letter Media. Okay. Do I predate Red Letter Media? When did they start doing stuff? I do like the automatic assumption that the only reason anybody would ever think the prequel trilogy sucks is because of some YouTube-y thing. Not, you know, because they suck. I mean, yeah, exactly, it's Miristar. That's true. Only 66% of the prequel trilogy sucks. I actually like Revenge of the Sith, unironically. It has its flaws, I'm not trying to dismiss that, but when I review the Star Wars movies, I anticipate it'll be in the top 4, I'd say. Okay, let's try... Can I bullcrap this? Nope, I cannot.
Yeah.
Where'd you go? Ugh. Plastic Palpatine was always a huge mistake. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that. Ian McDiarmid literally looks more like Palpatine without the rubber suit on.
Who opened this door? Maybe the wind or something.
Sure.
Yeah, but see, the downside there, Giga, is you have to play Tor. I mean, the option to see Revenge of the Sith in the movie theaters again, I would have jumped on that. Especially if I had someone to take with me. No, see, Revenge... I actually described Revenge recently, in my opinion. Obviously, I haven't done a review of it yet. But in my opinion, Revenge of the Sith is a movie where you'll go from one scene, which is actually really good, to another scene, which really isn't. And the whole movie is like this, right? In terms of quality. Just bouncing all over the place. I've heard several people say that they prefer something more consistently worse because of the consistency, but I don't know. I kind of like Revenge, like I said. Can I? Of course I can. Yeah, the highs are high. Lows are, well, they're not as bad as episode 2's. Here's the real question. What do you think is worse? Star Trek V or episode 2? No, you're thinking of episode 5, Giga. Or 6, excuse me, episode 6. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, okay, let's hit band for a second, because I need to figure out where I'm
The
going.
conservatory. I wanted to visit this place with Lyman.
Correct, Kraken-san.
Who is this man carrying Jindo?
I brought that bird straight. Is someone there? I'm back here. Paint my nails red.
I think they're mad at me for some reason.
Grind your skull into a very fine powder and drink it to my teeth head. I'm to cut off your
Why would you grind my skull into powder and then drink it?
very last minute.
That's kind of gross, isn't it?
Here's how you die. You're not one of us. You should have stayed in your boring little world. Here to there. You don't stand a chance anyway.
Oh yeah, that'll kill me instantly. Right? What are you talking about, Giga? Thank you, Jesse's Mask. As always. If you give me a moment, we'll jot that down. Maybe. Here we go. Never should have come here. You should have paid the fine. Sky Odyssey. Total War Pharaoh. And Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail. Done. Thank you again, Jesse's Mask. Okay, so that's in there. What that means is I need to disable that front. Vinyl. It's spelled exactly like it isn't pronounced. Aw. Make sure to eat your parrots regularly, kids. Or else you'll end up like Giga. Okay, so that leads way over there. Not going. Down. Okay. Look, it's parrots or eels. You gotta eat the parrots or the eels. Take your pick. What the hell was that? Let's just reload. It's probably faster. You can eat your parents too. That's up to you.
I'll be down.
Hello?
I'll paint my...
What? Listen, the audio quality is just better in vinyl. I'm not actually gonna make one. I enjoy collecting plushies. I have no room to speak here. Detected me. Oh, there she is. Is she asleep?
Conservatory. I wanted to visit this place with Wyman.
Poor Lucinda. She wanted to raise the blood briar, but cannot. After trying to make gravehounds for weeks, she gave up. You should have seen the twisted things she made. All snouts and teeth and tails.
That's just the way it is, dear Parmelia. Delilah wears the outsider's mark, and some of what she can do flows down to us.
It doesn't seem fair.
Think about working your fingers raw, weaving nets, or raising cows to slaughter. Any of the gifts we receive is better than living under the boot.
That's true and fine. A wise way to look at things. But it won't help Lucinda rise any higher in Delilah's favor.
Yeah, that's another thing, by the way. It's no wonder that so many women, specifically women, decide to join the Coven. Because this society is not very egalitarian. I mean, we just heard what was going on with Brianna. Then again, it would be kind of funny in its own horrible way if it was actually more egalitarian towards the bottom. Where marrying you off and securing legacies isn't considered a mandatory part of your existence. That was strange. Yeah, I noticed that, Plutonium.
Next time I'll try it with a waxing gibbous. And if that doesn't do it, then I've got no idea how to fix it. Of course I gathered them at dawn. When else?
Gosh darn it. Come on. Work with me here. Okay, we might have to wait. Could you move, please? Please. Please move.
Air feels damp.
Enjoy your nap. I don't think that's hang on. Let's try that again. Damn it. I know, we bumped. That's actually funny. The first time when I missed, she didn't detect us, but the second time when I hit behind her, she was like, "Oh my god! There's someone warping behind me!" Alright, let's try this famed bottle method, shall we?
How do you want to die?
First, let's
Time to cry and bleed.
So anyways. Trying to sabotage me, Black Malkin. I see how this is. Okay. Try another bottle. There we go. Cider, sure. Bottle of cider. Oh, that...
I won't let her escape.
You missed. Okay, whatever. Damn it! Come on, game. Whatever. Wasting my time. Nice setup you have up here. Where'd they get all the mattresses from? Oh man, those pear bottles. Whew. That's where it's really at. I cannot believe no one heard that. Okay. Not gonna question it. They heard it and it's like, ah. They're really, really drugged out right now. Like, they are tripping balls.
Someone there. Let's hear how.
You know, that's actually a valid question. You just hear, nope, not my problem. I hate to waste a rewire, but whatever. Let's see what that does. Ta-da! Can I get my rewire back? Damn. Okay, okay. Probably worth it. Man, thank goodness. My wife and or husband just got shot. No, it was Billy from accounting. Damn it! I'm gonna have to shoot them myself? Fine. And to kill people myself. Ugh. Disgusting. Okay, so, what do you mean, like in lore Plutonia?
Huh?
Or for the sake of the encounter?
Oh, be damned.
I don't actually remember the non-lethal for this one.
What's he think? I'm stupid? I know all my letters and then some.
Wait, you know all your letters and then some? I suppose that makes sense. Get rid of the conduit. Get rid of the issues. But yeah, that's a little OP, I'm not gonna lie.
Once they say something's amiss, well, then I just can't get comfortable.
Someone left a hagfish in my jacket pocket. You're not supposed to be here! Ha!
You just killed your own guy. Oh my god. I can't believe you did that. What, you don't like the black ichor bleeding out of their eyes, Kira White Noise?
Air feels heavy. Hard to get a good lungful.
Let's drop a stun mine here. Wait patiently for a few seconds. Oh wait, that guy's gone. Where'd he go?
Guys,
Oh,
just
he's over
worked a
there.
double
Okay.
shift. But I have to listen to him tell me about how good it was under the Duke's father.
Seriously? He really did. He was just like, hey. Yeah, I would say nukes in general are bad. Call me crazy. Okay, so, okay, he's there.
Air feels heavy.
And he's going there. Oh my god, this is an irritating sequence. Fine, I hate to waste ammo, but whatever. Come on, buddy. Let's go have a chat. Go join the pile. I guess we don't have a new pile. We're gonna have to make... Ooh, okay. New pile. New pile, over here. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I didn't say nukes are evil, I said nukes are bad. There's a difference. Can I toss them in the fire? Hang on, let's save. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to have a word with you as part of a talk.
Huh? What? Help me! Someone! Anyone! Help! Guards! Someone!
The answer appears to be yes. He died as he lived. On fire. Yeah, that he just lit up. Okay, so. Oh, hey, got my rewire tool back. All right, back to this nonsense. Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. Ah, die, die for being too fast. Die, die. Okay, let's try that again. I'll just toss this guard in the water. It's okay, he's alive. Oh. Alright, let's do this a little faster. Oh, too fast. Hang on. Too fast. Too fast. Gotta slow down a little. Also gonna get that rewiring kit. There we go. There we go. Hey, buddy. See that water pile? I'm not going to toss you in that because it'd kill you. I want you to know, I thought about it. Come here. Go join the pile. Your friends are waiting for you. In hell! Alright, there you go. Okay. We've successfully reached the point where we could turn off the frickin' barrier of light, or whatever it's called. Fence of light? I don't know. Yeah, the best part about this setting is if you ever want to commit suicide, it's really easy to do. They'll be finding parts of me for miles. Okay. All the lights down. Yeah, the GDI fence is down. One over here I need to knock out. Hello.
Gotta keep my mind on my duties. Forget about that kiss.
Forget about the kiss. Forget about it. Forget about everything. Yeah, just jump into the wall of light. Bzz. Gone. I'm not gonna take you all the way over to the pile. You just go there. Hello. Is this a... Hang on. Where am I even going here? Die. 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 Where is this game taking me?
I just saw something.
Off times, hard times.
Someone is
Think
asking
of
for trouble over there. You aren't going anywhere. You're so...
Let's hitman this a little bit, because it wants me to go all the way back here, it looks like. All the way back. Holy crap.
Welcome. Obviously, you are someone with refined taste.
Pay for his death! Kneel
Please take a
down!
look around. We have the best wares for
So they're all dead.
such as yourself.
And they're all dead. Alright. No, they're dead. They're dead. They're gone. They're dead.
Greetings. I provide only the finest service with absolute discretion.
Yeah, very discreet. Ignore the giant pile of bodies outside your front door.
Welcome to my shop. What can I do for you today?
Interested in this? It's supposed to be an early prototype by Roseboro.
Oh, so you're familiar with Roseborough's work?
Okay, hang on. Blah, 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 blah. What's the next thing? Is that it? Interesting. We can rob him? Well, let's try robbing him. Well, he's dead, but we didn't get his items. Does that count? Oh, there's the silver. Look, your instructions are very unclear, Verlictum. I tried to rob him. It just didn't work out for some reason. there was one guy left alive. I didn't even notice him. One guy was like, "Huh? What's been happening?" That's right, we took out the black market. We have saved Karnaka. Okay, where am I? What am I doing? Okay. You know what? Hang on. Let's hit man a little bit more for a sec. Not suspicious. I don't even have a weapon. What are you talking about?
Let me demonstrate how I earned my officer's.
Watchtower there. That's fine.
You won't get away!
Wait, this isn't...
Bring it on.
Who's that? Uncle Someone is asking for trouble over there.
Better check.
You aren't going anywhere.
No use running! I'll kill you
Back to the road for you.
You're gonna pay for his death! I've got just the thing for you!
What was that?
I'll tear you to pieces!
Did she just get hit by her own person?
You're dead!
Alright, now that they're all dead, let's scout around a little bit.
End of the road for you.
You notice we haven't even hit the actual map yet, the conservatory itself. Not really. I remember liking that part of the level.
Let's have a
I don't
look.
like that.
Looking for
Better have a look. See someone there? Let's finish her!
Ah. Trying to scout. Not sure where it wants me to go next. I mean, we can get back to the shopkeeper. That's easy. All right. Sure, that's what I wanted to happen. What? There we go. Yes, yes it has. This probably counts as me killing someone, doesn't it? Yeah, well, I'm still gonna watch it happen.
The alarm!
Somebody's down! The alarm! What's going on? What's down?
These are the moments that make life worth living. The moments where the game crashes, Jesus. Yeah, the timing on that. I wish I could say I timed that, but obviously I didn't. No, there's no skipping any of this before you ask. Okay, so. What? Oh, God, no, this isn't where I want. No, no, back here. Yeah, the game's like, please stop rocket jumping people. Why? Ahem. There. Watchtower disabled. Sorry, Justice League.
I'm hungry.
No, here it's shotgun jumping, Plutonia. So yeah, this is where I came in. Yep. He's alive. I didn't kill him. He's He's technically worse than death, but I still didn't kill him, so it doesn't count. I know it doesn't count, but it makes me feel better to get rid of the nests. The black nests. What game? What? Oh, it's actually in the safe? No, it's just sitting right here. No! There we go. Much better. Okay. Sorry about this. Nothing personal. You just have a settle. Okay. Look, I didn't kill her consciously. Could have. It'd be extraordinarily easy to kill her. But I spared her miserable, pathetic life. She can go back to beer and pizza. Actually, unironically, she'd probably be fortunate to have beer and pizza in this setting. I guess, she's not even going to get pear juice. That's not it. I don't know. What would she get? Small beer? Or whatever they call that? No, small water? You know, barely alcoholic water. And bread. It's a little moldy. Interesting lineup. Come on. Or don't. That okay. I accept.
Tasted awful. That were no blue-jawed hagfish. River crust is more likely.
I can starve on this shift.
One night at the body house. One night.
Odd times, hard times. Gotta be on the lookout.
About the crown killer. The old Emeralds, really? What a bunch of
The color of the sea.
You alive?
Bad omen.
Is this a living person? God, I can't even tell. I'm gonna eat the jellied eels. It sounds so gross. So why eels? Like, of all the kinds of fish. There's one way to check, that's true. You know, that's a good point. I do like eating eels. Oh, she's alive. I mean, it's a good thing. They do have a lot of fresh fruit around here.
More bad things have happened here in the last 5 years than in all the years of my life before that. I know that much.
So I'm debating. There should be like one... Yeah, there he is. One other guy who's roaming I want to deal with. The people at the checkpoint aren't really that much of an issue. But the roamer, he could be a problem. So let's deproblemate him, shall we? Good. Pardon me, sir. Thank you. Enjoy your nap. Okay. Let's go talk to the shopkeep. Who is down, isn't he? Yeah, here we go.
Please take a look around. We have the best wares for discerning guests such as yourself. Welcome to my shop. What can I do for you today?
Interested in this? It's supposed to be an early prototype by Roseboro.
Oh, so you're familiar with Roseborough's work. Honestly, it's an interesting trinket, but it's not worth much. Trade it to me and I'll draft up some schematics based on the design that you can use to modify your tools.
It's worth more than that. Last chance if you want it.
I see. Of course. I meant no offense. I'll throw in a finder's fee and a discount here at the shop as well.
Deal.
Anything else I can interest you in?
Weird, but okay.
Come in, my friend. Always
5 new upgrades. Ancient Howl Bolt blinds enemies and causes witches to flee. Deep Howl Bolt blinds enemies, causes wolfhounds to flee. Piercing Insult. Bolts can pierce multiple enemies, improve damage. Long Distance Lover. When using the spyglass, the crossbow has perfect aim, even when you chain shots. And of course, Chain Lightning.
Let's see. I have some upgrade plans for your gear.
Speaking of, so what do we got? What do we got? Oh, hey, there's the safe combination. He even did mention the safe combination.
No need to wrap it for you, I suppose.
Was with this guy. That's actually funny.
An excellent choice. Please, visit again soon.
No, the blade upgrade that allows me to break through doors is actually a skill point upgrade, whereas the purchase upgrade allows me to fight better when doing a locked combat. Not very useful for this playthrough. And I'm not sure how much of the upgrades carry forward into a second playthrough.
The district is so quiet since the conservatory is...
RPGs were requested to give you a reward if you do the job before being told to. That's pretty rare.
I'll get the cigars tomorrow. Wanna buy one?
You bet. Huh? Shit, are you all right, mate?
Okay, so anyways. Actually curious of something. Oh, that actually counted as being spotted? Hang on. Did that really count as being spotted? I should just go murder those guys. It does sound like a Kingdom Come Deliverance thing. It was. They actually... Oh, whatever. I haven't played the second one, so I don't know if the second one repeats the same trick. What? Ugh.
The road for you!
What?
What? No, come on.
No! Wait for my order!
Some no-gooder with a knife.
Why me?
It would be interesting if having your weapon out actually did something other than increase your movement speed. I was thinking about that earlier. Like, someone walked up and was like, I'll kill you, and it's like, why?
I hope they accept my transfer. I've got to get over to one of the other districts. It's kind of dry. I could really go for a whiskey or something. Maybe one of them 2-penny drinks. Something's got to give. Just have to finish my...
Huh?
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. God damn it, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay, whatever. Did he at least spot me?
Huh?
This sure reeks.
I don't know if this game cheats like some games do and determines visibility based on your visibility. I actually don't know. Sorry about this.
And he says, keep alert. And I says, I am alert. I've been alert. And he says, yeah, but this time I really mean it. I'm always alert. Always.
So, Half-Life 2, I'll use a specific example. In Half-Life 2, the detection is dependent entirely based on direct line of sight between you and the target, right? So there's ways to play with that. For example, in Half-Life 2, I could... Of course, I don't have an example here. I could pick up like a box or whatever, hold it in front of me. As long as I'm holding it in between us, there is no direct line of sight between the two of us. They can't actually see me properly. Stuff like that. Hi.
I don't recognize you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've been warned.
That explosion.
Damn. Dude. He was a chef. He required dicing. Back here. Whatever.
Only something would happen around here. It doesn't have to be a circus, just some little bit of excitement once in a while.
Report all theft. We'll pass the savings to you, the customer. Sorry about this again, I guess. Go here.
I need new boots.
Here you go. These are boots. Ah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You worry too much. Should've done this last time. There we go. Shortcut get. Okay. Blast resistant. Interesting. Yeah, you're working too hard. Smash. Ah! Problem is, I already turned off the wall. Don't worry, Corvo's gonna throw a lot of people into walls if I have anything to say about it. You know what happened to the owner before you? When he says no more payouts and that's that, we says, alright, you got us, and left him alone. Then we paid one of his friends to take him fishing a week later. They were out at the water all day. Real good day. Caught a lot of fish. Come back, his friend gave him a letter from us and ran off. In it, I spelled out how the bait they were using all day was bits of his mother. Nice people. Nice folk. Still sleeping? She's still sleeping. You seem alarmed, Triaxia. What's the problem? Don't you usually use bits of someone else's mother for bait? I guess that's not quite. Bits of your own mother for bait.
Sincerely, me.
I mean, I'd do it. I'm just saying. I love fishing. That's actually not true.
Who's there? Hey, who are you? Stop! Ready? This shouldn't take
Looking
long.
for a fight?
Kill her! No! Damn it!
You know, if you'd approached me, that would have been you instead of your buddy.
Let me. What the?
Whatever. I hate guards. They're so dumb. They're like, oh, I want to die so desperately. It's like, why do you want to die so badly? What is going on in your life that you want to die that badly? Wait, they live in Dishonored. Never mind. Dumb question. I withdraw the question. God, that was a horrible thought. Which settings are there where you'd rather just die if given the choice? Obviously this one. I agree with Kira White Noise earlier. This setting is probably more doomed than Dark Souls, and that's kind of saying something. Okay, so is this a rewire? That's a rewire. Warhammer. Well, good news is death is not the end in Warhammer, so... Worse than GTA? That's actually an interesting question. Would you rather live in a crapsack world which is slowly descending into oblivion but has a few decent people in it, or a world in which no one has any empathy? And it's just, you know, normal. I don't know, which of those do you think sounds worse?
Nah, not this time.
Alright.
Are you coming tonight?
I mean, at least GTA is video games, right? They're terrible video games, but they're video games. Dishonored doesn't have anything. What do you do for entertainment in Dishonored? Whistle? Campbell. Yeah. Later for whiskey and cigars. Yep, the most entertaining thing you can do is disable your ability to think properly. That's not even a joke. Just I don't want to think about where I live anymore. Or ever again. Okay, hang on. I know. I thought I know. I don't know. Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm right. Or, not being so dumb. You could torture people for fun. I'm not sure how much fun that'd be, but you know. It's like a net negative, you know. You have a little bit of fun, but they have a very bad time, so it's like a net negative on the universe. Alright, so hey! The actual conservatory. Holy crap. Yep, we just have to wait till New Year's. That's right, we could adopt a pet fish. Hello, little fish. How are you?
Huh?
Brianna to make an effigy of me. You mean like this tangle of skin and bones representing one of the Dunderheads from the Oracular Order?
Yes.
Air
I
feels
keep it in my chambers.
You have bizarre taste.
Could be a storm coming in.
I wouldn't want to see myself like that. I'd rather have my portrait painted by delight.
There's a quality to Brianna's style I prefer. Touched by something from deep down in the mud where there's no light. The endless womb and the cold, dead grave. Both the same.
Brianna's effigies let her reach into the mind, into the heart. Wouldn't you be afraid?
She mutters to herself, fingers tapping against whale bone. She considers revenge against those who wronged her.
Mistress here's been looking at the old journals in the Forbidden Archives.
She tried to make a new spell. Burning live hound, bound to its trusted master. And the froth that forms along the shore, gathered on a windless night.
Do you think Delilah knew
Long before she was made a witch, before the arcane bond manifested, she knew the taste of blood.
So one of the things I dislike about the inside of the conservatory, I think so, Dakota, is the number of random witches who are just hanging out is actually pretty high. Like, there's two up there, there's one roaming there, there's that one just kind of hanging out down there, there's that one down there. They're just all over the place, just kind of chilling. So doing a stealth playthrough is a little bit annoying, and they all alert each other.
Do you think I could ask Brianna to make an effigy of me?
You mean like this tangle of skin and bones
So
representing
hang on,
one
so
of
let's
the
grab a save here.
Oracular Order?
Yes. I keep it in chambers.
You have bizarre taste in this. I wouldn't want to see myself like that. I'd rather have my portrait.
There's a quality to Brianna's style I prefer. Touched by something from deep down in the mud where there's no light. The endless womb and the cold dead grave.
You've been looking at the same journals in the Forbidden
Jindosh was tiresome. How does this even work? If I can sabotage Ashworth's communion device, she'll be powerless.
Do you think the I've heard the same story.
I'll see you in the
You should.
Anyways, thank you for the sub off the deeper end. As a reminder, you can pick up to 3 things with that. Please let me know if you'd like to. I'll jot that down.
The oracular order?
Yes.
Okay, so what I need is like right here.
I wouldn't want to see myself like
Scatter it out a little bit. All of you, if you share my loyalty to Delilah and to our coven, heed my words. Again, I was haunted by nightmares about the orichalcum. The original lenses Jindosh used in the device nearly ruined me. I felt Delilah's magic flicker, and the flame she rekindled in me almost went dark, like it did after Bridgemore 15 years ago. I fear another incident like that will cost me everything, my connection to the void and to magic itself. We can't afford any more mistakes. I will study the discarded lenses in my workshop and have them destroyed. Remember, Delilah is relying on my efforts, and the orichalcum, oraculum, is attuned to me alone. Do not interfere with the device. Only I have a chance to control the oracular sisters.
Jindosh was tiresome. How does this even work?
Style I prefer. Touched by something from deep down in the mud where there's no light.
2D platformers. 2D platformers. Dead Rising 1 and FF7 R1. You got it. Thank you again.
Brianna, what happened to Jindosh? I'm told he's a
Those
gibbering
frickin'
idiot
dogs.
now.
I don't know, Delilah. Forgive me.
No, my dear. It's a loss. But I doubt he had anything more to give us.
Sokolov was taken away as well.
Who would want that ancient fool? Never mind. How goes the communion? Brianna.
Damn it, hang on. I want to show something off really quick. So, Delilah can talk through her statues, right? I know, Evo. Frickin' dogs. Try a slightly easier point of ingress here.
Brianna, what happened to Jindosh? I'm told he's a gibbering idiot now.
I don't know, Delilah. Forgive me.
No, my dear. It's a loss. But I doubt he had anything more to give us. Brianna?
We could kill her right in front of her.
Child, born into a silk padded cradle. You'll never understand what she meant to me.
There's no turning back for you, Delilah. You've given me no choice.
Oh, little Emily.
What? Huh? I don't know if killing dogs counts as a kill. They might be like the bots earlier. But as usual, killing is the much easier task than not killing.
Brianna, what happened to Jindosh? I'm told he's a
Yeah,
gibbering...
dogs can knock you out of dialogue. That's OP. Let's try up there.
But I doubt he had anything more to give us. Never mind.
I guess off the deeper end.
I am hungry to whisper into
Didn't
the
even notice it, honestly.
oracular sisters.
That
there's
set
no
of lenses could be switched with the lenses in the device.
In the town where she was born.
Vice Overseer Burns' suspicions were right.
Check things. No. He continued to tinker with the lenses. Thicker, thinner, more opaque. It was tiresome to watch. I still have the old lenses and cast-off parts piled in my workshop, but Jandosh finished some time ago. The rest is up to me, learning to use the machine. A tricky thing, touching the void through such a device.
Blood and biscuits. I look forward to using it myself once you're ready.
Will you visit soon?
Perhaps. Dunwall Tower is mostly in hand. The High Overseer won't be a problem anymore. And there's the matter of my own project. I grow more excited with each brushstroke. When I come to Karnaca, we'll drink an ocean of good wine and stay tight as a boiled owl.
I look forward to it.
For
Are
now,
boiled
I need
owls
your
tight?
eyes on the Duke. At least until we have the sisters under control. There's no one else I trust. I'll reach out to you again on the morrow. Farewell.
Goodbye, Delilah, my empress.
Okay. Silver Spike, genius inventor, can barely recall his own name. Jindosh loses his smarts in a bold experiment gone wrong. You know him as the grand inventor, the genius of our time, but that was before his latest experiment went wrong, leaving the man a blubbering shell of his former self. Scandalous, but true. Servants are now gleefully coming forward with stories of the once great inventor now barely able to navigate from room to room. One woman claims he is now unable to determine which way to turn a simple bolt. Everyone knows it's righty-tighty, she says. Another wondered openly whether Jindosh may have been using his pupil's ideas all along, faking his genius to gain reputation. Allegedly a cruel employer, sadistic in his dismissal of his staff's basic needs, there's one curious turn of the story. The closest to the inventor claim he is now as gentle as a lamb. We did it. We electrified empathy into him.
Wasn't mutton. I don't care what anybody... I know mutton, and that wasn't it.
Oh, I have no idea, Trixie. We'll never know. She wasn't given a chance at anything from an extraordinarily young age.
Twice.
Now to activate it and sever Ashworth's connection to the void.
Of course, I gathered them at dawn. When else? They're no good otherwise. Like
All that's left to do is hit the switch.
What will I do now? I'm ruined. That feeling. The things I could do. The touch of the void. Delilah. It was everything I had.
You gonna be okay, Brianna?
That's it. I'm done.
Oh, well. Yeah, of course, the Oracle sisters are trying to endorse Delilah. Well, some of them, the ones that are under control. The others, eh. So, Do the dogs go away too, I wonder? Looks like they do. I mean, that makes sense, right? Delilah, when we can't talk outright, there are things only you will understand. Daily I feel my connection to the void growing. And through me your power calls out to those who join our coven. New faces, new voices. Our bond is stronger than it was at Brigmore. You feel so far away. If we were together, I could say more. It's as if I could see beyond the air, another time or space. You've parted a curtain I never knew was there. Oh, Delilah, strange and beautiful whispers are carried on the breeze. I'm forever grateful for being your instrument.
Ashworth's journal might tell me more about why Delilah can't be killed.
Favorite stealth game is either this one or Mankind Divided. Worth noting, I have not reviewed either of them. So, the technical answer to your question, Relictum, requires alt tabbing. Let's see. As of this exact second in time, our highest scoring stealth game is Hitman 3, which that makes perfect sense. So I guess I'm going to revise that. Hitman 3 probably actually takes the crown. Plague Tale Innocence was also a very high-scoring game, and I stand by that, too. I tend to forget about that game for some reason. It was really fun. I highly recommend it if you haven't played it. That's the first one, to be clear. The odds of Metal Gear Solid 3 surpassing that are extraordinarily low. At the very least, its gameplay is just not going to be able to withstand the sheer weight of the other 3 games I just mentioned. Nice place. Filling my ammo a little bit here. Don't mind me. Well, let's go see what Delilah has to say, shall we? Hey, Delilah. Look at your beauty.
As if you could ever hide your face from me, Emily. Little Black Sparrow, free from your cage at last.
It's done. Brianna Ashworth is no longer a witch.
You villain! You don't even know what you've done. A great bloom wilts and fades from the world.
Delilah, I will take apart everything you've built until I have what's mine.
Oh, Brianna. I don't believe we will speak again. The thought of seeing you reduced to such a pale, sad thing. It's too much to bear. I hate you for this, child.
I'm not only going to restore things to the way they were, I'm going to make them better.
That... God, these cutscenes suck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's like the third time a cutscene involving Emily has involved Emily having one conversation and the other character having a completely separate conversation.
What would you and Father advise if you were both here? Sometimes I dream we're all together again.
Good news. One of them's dead and the other one's worse than dead. I mean, it literally could be, Evo, because you're right. I didn't even think about that. You're absolutely right. What probably happened is because they had to have 2 protagonists, they decided to have 3 conversations, I guess, technically, you know? There's the NPC, there's Corvo, and then there's Emily. And because they didn't want to have 4 conversations, or more accurately, 2, they decided to have this one. Yeah, exactly, Plutonia. Like, that feels like what was happening here. Production-wise, they're like, let's not re-record the NPC lines. Let's just throw them in there alongside whatever Emily or Corvo is saying. Ugh. Let's, okay. Gross. Gross.
After Delilah fell to the assassin Dowd, her magic was lost, and the coven scattered. I made a new life in Karnaca. Then I heard her whispering from the void, leading me to the Duke, who heard those same whispers. Together we worked to bring Delilah back into the world, changing the Empire from the home of Aramis Stilton 3 years ago. Across the Isles, all of us who'd been with her at Brigmore and before, we felt the magic return. Others joined. New faces, new blood. Now, Delilah is immortal. Forever. She holds Dunwall, and we've turned to corrupting the oracular order. The Overseers take guidance from their prophetic sisters, and soon we'll influence their dreams and visions.
Oh, okay. Let's go and get out of here, I suppose. You okay there? Don't forget to disable the alarm. Yeah, we did that. Thanks, though. Home sweet home. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a lunch break before we hit the Dust District.
That's just what she means.
Oh my. Is that my breath I'm smelling? Maybe my teeth are due for their monthly cleaning. Who's there?
You know what? I'll go and do it now. I'm going to break for lunch now. When we come back, we'll go ahead and watch the follow-through cutscenes and the lead up to the next mission. That feels like that's actually a little bit better. So, I'll see you guys in a bit.